Members, the Speaker.
Call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 1, Treasury Laws Amendment, Building a Stronger and Fairer Super System Bill 2026. Deferred division on the question that the bill be now read a second time.
In accordance with Standing Order 133, I shall now proceed to put the question on the motion moved on the second reading of the Treasury Laws Amendment, Building a Stronger and Fairer Super Scheme Bill 2026, on which a division was called for, and deferred in accordance with the Standing Order. No further debate is allowed. The bells shall now be rung. Lock the doors. The question before the House is that this bill be read a second time. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. Appoint the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Capricornia and Monash as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 97, noes 35. The matter was resolved in the affirmative. I call the clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to taxation and superannuation and for related purposes.
I received a message from Her Excellency the Governor-General recommending, in accordance with Section 56 of the Constitution, an appropriation for the purposes of this bill. The House will now consider the bill in detail, and I understand it is the wish of the House to take the bill as a whole. The question is that the bill be agreed to. We shall now move to consideration in detail. Yep. And I'll give the call to the member for Longman.
Speaker, I move the amendment as circulated in my name to the Treasury Laws Amendment Building a Stronger and Fairer Super System Bill 2026.
I'll just ask the member to seek leave to move the amendments 1 and 2 in his name.
Leave to move the amendment.
You're asking leave of the House to move amendments 1 and 2 circulated in your name. I thank the member for Longman. Leave is granted. The member for Longman may proceed.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, like everyone, I was pleased to see that the government bowed to coalition pressure to remove the unrealised gains measure in this bill, along with introducing indexing of the $3 million threshold. Australians rightly raised serious concerns about the proposal to tax unrealised gains. In other words, taxing people on money before it was even earned. Deputy Speaker, the title of this bill speaks of a stronger and fairer super system. But the key question Australians will ask is this: what exactly is fair about changing the rules after people have already made long-term decisions based on the rules that existed at the time? Australians plan their financial futures over decades. They work hard, save diligently and structure their retirement based on the frameworks set by the government. When governments change those rules after the fact, it undermines confidence in the system. Let me be clear about one thing. Most Australians will never have $3 million in superannuation. Sadly, that includes me, Mr Speaker. That is not really the point of this debate. The point is whether Australians can trust the rules they plan their lives around will remain stable. Stability creates certainty for investors, which inspires confidence. Deputy Speaker, ask any fair-income Australian how fair it is to move the goalposts after people have structured their entire financial future under one set of rules, only to have those rules changed later on. We have a bill here that penalises hard-working and aspirational Australians, farmers, small business owners and others who have worked for decades to build their retirement savings. Many of these people have made financial decisions.
I'm sorry to interrupt the member. There's far too much noise. The conversation level is too high. Just ask people, if they wish to have conversations, to leave the chamber or sit quietly and listen to the member for Longman.
Based on the rules that existed at the time. Now, for some, those goalposts are being shifted right as they approach retirement. Another concern is the precedent this set. If a government begins changing the rules after people have already made long-term financial decisions, it creates uncertainty across the entire system. Today it might be superannuation, tomorrow it could be investment properties, one day it could even be the family home. If we're going to change the goalposts of people during their working career, then maybe we should change the rules for members in this place elected before 2004 on the defined benefit scheme. Now, if it's about fairness, this shouldn't happen. But if it's about revenue raising and saving taxpayers' money, then it should be done, even though it would be unfair to those affected. Australians expect that when they make decisions set by government, those rules will not simply be changed after the fact. Regardless of amounts involved, the principle must remain. Government should not change the rules halfway through the game. Mr Speaker, there are also economic consequences to consider. If people believe the rules around superannuation can be changed at any time, confidence in the system will erode. Many will choose to move their money elsewhere, including offshore, rather than invest it through super. If that occurs, a policy may well have the opposite effect of what it is intended to achieve, which is higher tax revenue created by a higher tax rate percentage. If investment shrinks, the net result will be worse. A higher percentage of a lower number is worse, not a better outcome. Last time I checked, 40% of zero is zero. Deputy Speaker, if we're talking about fairness, then fairness must apply in practice. That is why I've moved this amendment. My amendment would simply ensure that existing superannuation balances are grandfathered. Australians who made long-term financial decisions under the current rules would not have those rules changed on them retrospectively. Under my amendment, the legislation would apply only to new superannuation arrangements created after the law comes into effect. This amendment is a litmus test on whether this legislation is actually about fairness or whether it is simply a revenue grab to repair the economic damage created by this government. If the legislation is really about fairness, then protecting those who made decisions under the existing rules should not be controversial, and my amendment would be agreed to. If, however, this measure is simply about raising additional revenue, then this amendment will not pass. Sadly, Deputy Speaker, I suspect it will be the latter, because at its core, this proposal is not really about fairness at all. It's about raising revenue to deal with the consequences of out-of-control government spending. I note that this amendment does not remove the suggested low-income superannuation tax offset, which I of course support, as anything that assists low-income earners in this cost-of-living crisis is welcome, even though they will not see the benefits now when it is needed, but in years to come. Anyone who votes against this amendment will show by doing so that this bill is not really about fairness, it is about revenue raising. Australians expect fairness, they expect stability in the rules that govern their financial future. I therefore commend this amendment to the House.
The question is the amendments be agreed to, and I give the call to the Assistant Treasurer and Minister for Financial Services.
Speaker, the government opposes the proposed amendment. The legislation is about making the superannuation system fairer from top to bottom. The amendment would effectively mean that pre-existing interests would not be subject to the policy, which is inconsistent with the policy intent. This bill is already designed to only apply to future earnings, including by providing capital gains tax adjustments for APRA funds and SMSFs for pre-commencement capital gains. This is just another attempt by the opposition to undermine a stronger and fairer superannuation system.
The question is the amendments be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. When? Lock the doors. The question is the amendments moved by the honourable member for Longman be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Capricornia and Monash as tellers for the ayes and the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 37, noes 93. The matter was resolved in the negative. Members can return to their seats quickly and quietly as possible. We shall continue with further amendments. Order. If members can quickly take their seats, we shall move to the member for Wentworth.
I move the amendment as circulated in my name. I want to acknowledge the government's piece of legislation which I support, and particularly acknowledge the changes to the legislation which I think have made it a very positive piece of legislation, and one that appropriately addresses intergenerational inequity at the same time as bringing on balance fair to existing super holders. However, in the current piece of legislation, there are people with high balances who are under 60 and so cannot remove their super from their current accounts. I think that is of concern, and the reason is if people, I think the great challenge of changing your super laws is that the money is locked up. You can't touch it unless you're at least over 60 and retired. If you are someone who made decisions based on previous, conditions in terms of your tax, in terms of the tax statement, and then is changed materially, I think it is fair to give people the chance to say, well, look, I wouldn't have made that decision again. I'd like to now withdraw these funds. It doesn't affect a lot of people, but I think on principle, giving people that choice is important. And I do think it's worth noting that in this case, the government has doubled the tax rate, and in some cases, has gone from 15% to 40%. That is a material change in the taxation arrangements of the superannuation of these high balances. And I think that it is appropriate in the case of this to offer options for removing this. Now, I know that the government has previously, in previous conversations with the Assistant Treasurer, noted that there may be constitutional issues in relation to pensions. My question to the government then would be, were there any other options considered in relation to preserving the option for people who might be in their 40s, might be in their 30s, might be in their 50s, who would like to take this money out of super because they no longer see the benefit of having it in that arrangement? Are there other options that could be considered in the legislation that would have been appropriate in this case? Because I think it's not an unreasonable request that if your money is locked up, perhaps for 10, 20 years, and substantially change the rules in it, that you do have a chance to remove that money and deploy it as you wish elsewhere.
The question is the amendment be agreed to. The amendment be agreed to. Give the call to the Assistant Treasurer.
Speaker, I'm advised by my department the government opposes the proposed amendment. I'm advised by my department that the amendment would raise significant constitutional issues as it seeks to introduce a new condition of release before retirement, allowing withdrawals for amounts exceeding the large balance cap. Such a condition of release would be inconsistent with the constitutional support for the Commonwealth regulation of superannuation, as the condition of release would compel or authorise a trustee to provide benefits unconnected with purposes for superannuation regulation. Importantly, the proposed reforms will maintain concessional tax treatment of superannuation for all individuals, but makes the concessions more sustainable. Speaker, these are sensible, important reforms that will mean super tax concessions are better targeted for large balances.
The question is the amendment be agreed to. I give the call to the member for Wentworth.
Deputy Speaker, thank you very much for the response from the government on this. I guess really my question is to the government, did you consider options? Because it isn't an unreasonable request. I support the principle of where the government is going on this, and I support the legislation. But it is not an unreasonable question to say if you take someone's tax rate from 15% to 40%, and they cannot touch that money perhaps for a decade or more, it is not an unreasonable question to say, are there ways that you could have looked in the legislation to give options at least to the people who were affected by this?
The question is the amendments be agreed to, and give the call to the Assistant Treasurer.
Speaker, I would indicate to the House that the government undertook extensive consultation over a long period of time, multiple rounds of consultation with many stakeholders across the industry and experts, and we believe that the design of this bill best reflects all of that consultation in achieving the outlined policy goals.
The question is the amendment be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. The ayes have it. Noes have it. The division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Mike. Lock the doors. The question before the House is the amendment moved by the honourable member for Wentworth be agreed to. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I appoint the honourable members for Wentworth and McKellar as tellers for the ayes, and the honourable members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the noes.
No, I didn't. I feel like I need to ask someone who's going to be. I feel so. Sorry? No, I don't think all the girls are no. I mean, like a waiting institution. I think that's there's a way around it.
Order. The result of the division is ayes 9, noes 83. The matter is resolved in the negative. The question now is that this bill be agreed to. I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. Order of members can leave their chair as quickly as quietly as possible. To give the call to the Assistant Treasurer.
I move that this bill be now read a third time.
You're asked leave.
Well, I asked leave to move.
The Assistant Treasurer has requested leave. Is leave granted? The member for Barrow has been granted that leave. The Assistant Treasurer.
I move that this bill be now read a third time.
I'll put the question. Those opinions say aye. Against no. I think the ayes have it. I'll call the clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to taxation and superannuation and for related purposes.
I call the clerk.
Government business, order of the day number 2, superannuation, building a stronger and fairer super system bill. Building a stronger and fairer super system imposition bill 2026. Resumption of debate on the second reading.
The question is that this bill be now read a second time. No speakers. The question is the bill be read a second time. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Opposed say no. No. I think the ayes have it. No. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. I'm just thinking of the speaker. Good.
lock the doors. Order. The question is that this bill be read a second time. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I'll appoint the members for Monash and Capricornia as tellers for the noes, and the members Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes. Order. The result of the division is ayes 95, noes 35, and so it is resolved in the affirmative. Call the clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to impose tax on certain superannuation earnings and for related purposes.
I'm just checking, Member for Barrow, if leave is granted. Thank you very much. And Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a third time.
So the question is that this bill be moved for a third time. All those of that opinion say aye. Aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Call on the clerk.
Third reading, a bill for an act to impose tax on certain superannuation earnings and for related purposes.
Listening to you too. So. I have a report from the Federation Chamber that has been unable to complete its consideration of the Treasury Laws Amendment Financial Reporting System Reform Bill 2026 and has returned the bill to the House with an unresolved question. I present a certified copy of the bill together with scheduled of the question, thank you, which the Federation Chamber was unable to resolve. I understand that it is the wish of the House to consider the bill immediately, and the unresolved question is that the bill be now read a second time. So the question is, this bill be now read a second time? All those of that opinion say aye. To contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Is a division required? Ring the bells, please, for 4 minutes. Good morning. Lock the doors. Order. The question is that this bill be read a second time. The ayes will pass to the right of the chair and noes to the left. And I appoint the members for Werriwa and Bean as tellers for the ayes and the members for Monash and Capricornia as tellers for the noes. Order. The result of the division is the ayes 95 and the noes 33, and so it is resolved in the affirmative. Thank you, and I call on the clerk.
Second reading, a bill for an act to amend the law relating to corporations, financial services and the financial reporting system and for related purposes.
Thank you. I have received a message from Her Excellency, the Governor-General, recommending in accordance with Section 56 of the Constitution an appropriation for the purposes of this bill. Just ask members to leave the chamber quickly and quietly if you can, please. That would be greatly appreciated. Is leave granted for the third reading to be moved immediately?
Leave is granted.
Thank you. I give the call to the Assistant Treasurer.
I move that this bill be now read a third time.
I will put the question that the bill be read now a third time. All those with that opinion say aye. To the contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. Call on the clerk.
Third reading, A bill for an act to amend the law relating to corporations, financial services and the financial reporting system, and for related purposes.
Thank you. Thank you. And the debate is now interrupted in accordance with Standing Order 43. The debate may be resumed at a later hour. And are there any statements by honourable members? Member for Brower.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Under Labor, Australia has experienced the largest decline in living standards in the developed world. Insurance premiums are up 39%, rent is up 22%, health insurance is up 18%, food costs are up 16%, childcare costs are up 11.5%, and education's up 17%. Electricity costs rose 32.2% in the 12 months to January. Since the Albanese Labor government was elected, inflation has almost doubled compared to what it was under the former coalition government. Labor's cost of living crisis is hurting families in my community as they just try to pay for the basics. The most recent interest rate rise, Labor's 13th since being in government, is squeezing families and small businesses in the Berowra electorate. Families are now reconsidering whether they can sign their kids up for soccer or whether they can afford to run their air conditioner. Australian households are now poorer than they were when Labor came to power. Small businesses are doing it tough in Berowra. They're asking whether they can afford to keep staff employed or even stay open. In the Hornsby LGA, 6 local businesses went into liquidation in February alone, including a plumber, a smash repairer and a dried fruit exporter. Small businesses employing hard-working people from my community. What happened to Labor's promise to ease the cost of living, to cut power bills by $275? What does my community get? Not lower power bills, not cheaper food or childcare, nothing. Australia needs a coalition government to restore our standard of living and improve our way of life.
Member for Bennelong.
Tonight the Matildas play Iran at the AFC Women's Asian Cup. Whilst I will be wholeheartedly supporting the Aussies to get the win, I would like to use this time in this House to acknowledge the Iranian women's football team. They're known as Shirzanan, the Iranian Lionesses, a fitting name for these women who exhibit strength and resilience. Sport has long been a powerful platform for courage, dignity and freedom. Yet for many athletes around the world, it brings immense pressure and personal risk. This is particularly true for the Lionesses. The regime that governs Iran today is an inhumane dictatorship that systematically denies women basic freedoms, from how they dress to how they speak and how they participate in public life. Around the world, we have witnessed the courage of Iranian women who continue to demand for equal rights for women, life and freedom. Deputy Speaker, I see these footballers not as representatives of that regime, but as symbols of the history of strong Iranian women, their values and their resilience. From Doncaster in the seat of Menzies to Ryde in the seat of Bennelong, no matter what the result tonight, I'm sure Iranian Australians will be beaming with pride. Deputy Speaker, football is the only true world game. Australia is proud to host this tournament, and at this pivotal point in history, we welcome the Lionesses and host them with the dignity and respect they deserve.
Member for Warringah.
Thank you, Madam Deputy Speaker. Recently, I ran 37 kilometres through the forest in Takhaina to experience firsthand its beauty, massive trees spanning like sentinels of time. It made one thing very clear: some places are too important to gamble with, because once you fragment them, you can't simply rebuild what took thousands of years to form. So I call on the government to accelerate and support the World Heritage listing of the Takhaina forest to ensure enduring protection of this incredible area. It's an ancient environment doing the quiet work for our planet, acting as a carbon sink, absorbing the excesses of our modern economies. It's a nationally significant Aboriginal cultural landscape with exceptional concentration of cultural heritage sites. The old debate, jobs versus environment, is outdated when we have the choice of stewardship that supports biodiversity, cultural heritage, climate resilience and sustainable regional economies. Protecting the Takhaina forest is a serious climate policy. Old forests and peat-rich soils lock away carbon built up over long timescales. Once disturbed, emissions are released and recovery takes decades to centuries. Credible analysis suggests that this forest over 100 billion tonnes of carbon is sequestered, which equates to $15 billion in offsets. Rather than wasting billions of taxpayer money on carbon capture and storage, let's lock in high-integrity natural carbon stores by protecting the Takana forest.
Member for Bonner.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Most Sundays, locals in Manly and my electorate of Bonner are welcomed by the kindness and big smile of Grant, who is one of our big issue sellers. Grant is also known as Polite Grant and has worked with the magazine now for the second time in his life when he has fallen on harder times. Grant has also made a difference in helping others in need. He was asked to give clothes to those sleeping rough on the street and turned that into a charity called Signal Flare in Brisbane, which is still going today. The big issue is more than a magazine. It is a key to opening new doors through creating work opportunities for those experiencing homelessness, marginalisation and disadvantage. It is helping people like Grant earn a meaningful income, build their confidence and connect with their community and support networks. There have been almost 8,500 vendors since the big issue started in 1996. And when they visited Parliament this week, they shared with me some really wonderful statistics. 71% of their vendors have found more stable housing, 48% participated in education or training, and 88% have maintained stable work have maintained stable work at the big issue for 3 or more years. I encourage all people in this place and certainly back in my community of Bonner to support the big issue. There are over 600 vendors right across our country. Thank you to the big issue for all of the work that you do, and thank you to Grant for the joy you bring to our community.
Member for Grey.
Speaker, recent torrential rains brought devastating flooding to outback South Australia. Remote communities like Oodnadatta are cut off, and roads like Kemp Road between some of Australia's largest and most important agricultural centres and livestock stations have been destroyed. Speaker, the roads have collapsed and these regions now require urgent assistance to have vital freight and general transport routes repaired. The state government is in caretaker mode and local councils cannot do this alone. I urge the minister to focus on this before things get worse. And Speaker, the collapse of these roads, perhaps somewhat ironically, mirrors the broader collapse in living standards faced by the very rural and regional South Australians who use these roads. Under this government, Australians are enduring a cost of living crisis. The OECD confirms Australia has suffered the largest collapse in living standards in the developed world. Prices are up, real wages are down, and farmers, small businesses and people living outside our city centres are working harder for less. This Labor government is expanding, but wallets and family budgets are contracting fast. This government must stop its futile spending and focus on support for all Australians, including rural and remote South Australians who feed and power this very nation. The only thing increasing are taxes, debt, inflation and interest rates. Australian households remain poorer than when Labor came to power.
Member for Dunkley.
Deputy Speaker, today I join Minister Molino, Minister Plibersek and Assistant Minister Carney to announce our commitment to ensuring that superannuation delivers financial security and dignity, not outcomes that entrench harm or reward abuse to those who perpetrate domestic and family violence. Today, we are beginning public consultation on reforms to prevent perpetrators of family violence from receiving their superannuation death benefits of victims. In some cases, current laws can allow this to happen, and that is simply not acceptable. Our goal is to strengthen protections for victim survivors while maintaining fairness, legal certainty and confidence in the superannuation system. We want these reforms to be practical, balanced and informed by experts, frontline services and the superannuation sector, and most importantly, the voices of victim survivors and their families. This builds on yesterday's announcement, yet another milestone by this government, delivering 72% boost to our frontline family, domestic and sexual violence workforce, an additional $291 million for the next phase of the 500 Workers Initiative. This funding will ensure the sustainability and security of critical workforce and recognises the specialist skills of the staff and organisations working for our women and men experiencing domestic and family violence.
Member for Kooyong.
Deputy Speaker, last week I met with Kooyong residents whose homes back directly onto the Eastern Freeway. While I was standing with them, a work crew arrived unannounced to cut down trees next to their homes. For more than a year, residents in Kew, East Kew and North Balwyn have raised concerns repeatedly about poor communication and lack of transparency from the Victorian Government on the North East Link project and the Eastern Freeway expansion. Communities promised modern, effective noise walls have instead been left with decades-old plywood barriers which will leave those residents exposed to higher noise and pollution levels, impacting their physical and potentially their mental health. This is a multi-billion-dollar project. These communities deserve adequate remediation of the dust, noise and pollution associated with those road projects now and into the future. The Allen State Government promised it. It is not planning to deliver it. At a time when Victoria's big build is under intense scrutiny, with multiple public reports outlining serious misconduct and widespread corruption linked to the CFMEU, it is no wonder that residents have lost trust in this project. I call on the Victorian Government to honour its commitments, to provide transparency to residents and to ensure that their health and amenities are not sacrificed for cost saving and convenience.
Member for Braddon.
Deputy Speaker, last Saturday I was pleased to attend the official commencement of construction on the Sassafras Wesleyvale Irrigation Scheme Augmentation, a significant milestone for Braddon farming communities. This project is an important step forward in securing the future of agriculture across Braddon. Once completed, the augmentation will deliver up to an additional 9.2 gigalitres of water each year. This will almost triple the current water supply, greatly improving irrigation reliability, particularly during the crucial summer season. This summer demonstrated its dry, hot conditions across Tasmania, that secure and dependable water access is essential for our farming communities. The benefits of this expanded water delivery will reach right across Sassafras through to East Devonport in that 100 kilometres of pipeline. With improved reliability and increased volume, farmers in these areas will have greater confidence to invest, diversify, expand and value add to their operations. The Albanese Labor Government committed $62.1 million to this irrigation scheme augmentation through the National Water Grid Fund. When finished, the scheme will stand as a testament to the power of partnership, vision and strategic investment. This is more than an infrastructure project. It is a commitment to the future of our regional communities, our farmers and the prosperity of the northwest Tasmania. And it's a tangible outcome in our region from the Albanese Labor Government.
Member for Cook.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Nowhere more do we demonstrate the decline in living standards and the cost of living crisis than our energy markets. And this recently was driven home from me, from Steve from Caringbah South. Now, after 30 years with the same provider, 3 decades, suddenly Steve found his electricity bill doubling. Without consultation, his network Ausgrid moved him from a flat rate to a time of use plan. Now, Energy Australia blamed Ausgrid, Ausgrid blamed Energy Australia, but Steve, like so many others, was left trapped in a plan he never chose, playing double. He's tried to change retailers, he can't. His meter's too old to be new and too new to be old and too old to be smart, a so-called dummy meter. Now, even after installing one of Mr. Bowen's famed home batteries, he is still locked out of cheaper energy and paying double. For older Australians on fixed incomes, this isn't an inconvenience, it's system failure. It punishes loyalties and confuses customers. Steve and people in my electorate are seeing their living standards erode, are seeing their money go less far and struggling to get by week to week. Well, I'm here to fight for Steve. We're here to fight to keep this Labor government accountable.
Member for Solomon.
Deputy Speaker, we had some major announcements in Solomon, my electorate, Darwin and Palmerston, last month. The location of the Darwin Medicare Urgent Care Clinic was announced, and the successful tenderer also for the up to 150 bed aged care facility to serve senior Territorians in the Greater Darwin area. However, I was also pleased to open a more community-focused piece of infrastructure last month in Palmerston. We've upgraded public amenities at Hobart Park in Johnston, delivering a $450,000 investment from the Australian Government's Our Communities program. I really want to thank Mayor Athena Pascoe-Bell and the fantastic team at the City of Palmerston. Well done. This sort of practical improvements to this social infrastructure make it easier for Palmerston families to spend time at the park. Palmerston is growing fast these days, and upgrades like this really mattered, which was why I was really pleased to secure the funding and get it done. But I want to give a particular shout out to Evelyn Small, a student from MacKillop Catholic College in Palmerston. Her artwork adorns the walls of this facility. It's fantastic, native flora and fauna of Darwin, the beautiful bushstone curlews. So well done to Evelyn Small and her wonderful family.
Member for Capricornia.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Australians are currently struggling through a cost of living crisis where living standards have gone backwards. We have seen the worst collapse in living standards in the developed world, with real wages falling and families working harder for less. Life is getting harder for the average person. Our plan to fix this starts with access to affordable, reliable energy. We must boost energy supply and unlock more Australian gas to bring down prices for households and businesses. The Coalition's plan is keeping all options on the table, including nuclear, to ensure our industry remains competitive. And the coal sector is an important part of this equation. Australia must reclaim its industrial independence to safeguard our economic future. When it comes to home ownership, the dream is slipping away for too many. We will relentlessly fight to increase the number of houses being built. Our goal is simple. We want more homes built and more homes owned by Australians so they can have a real stake in our country's future. However, we cannot fix housing without restoring control of our migration program. Since Labor took office, the population has boomed by 1.9 million people, putting immense pressure on our infrastructure. We need an Australians-first approach to home ownership. Our migration settings must match our capacity to house, employ and support people. It is time to restore hope, reward hard work and protect the Australian way of life. Australia is worth fighting for.
Member for Sturt.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The space domain is critical to defence operations and is recognised as an operational domain alongside air, land and maritime. The Australian Defence Force relies on access to space systems and information, and this reliance will only continue to grow. The military consequences of losing access to space are significant because our forces rely on space-based meteorology, communications, intelligence, surveillance, reconnaissance, targeting, positioning, navigation and timing. That is why the recent announcement by the Albanese Labor government of a purpose-built space workforce is so important. Australians passionate about a career in the ADF can now apply for a job in the space domain, with direct entry now open for 2 new roles: Space Operations Officer and Space Operations Specialist. Growing the ADF's capabilities in space operations is not a nice-to-have, it is essential. Australia needs a sovereign space capability, and that means a highly skilled sovereign space workforce to contribute to satellite communications and operations, missile warning, ISR, environmental monitoring and space control. This is needed to ensure access to and control of space, to counter emerging space threats and to enhance space domain awareness. This announcement is a significant step in building Australia's sovereign space workforce and strengthening Australia's sovereign space capability.
Member for Lyne.
Yesterday, the Prime Minister stood in this chamber and told Australians that Australia's economy is performing better than any other OECD nation in the world. A tone-deaf assertion, to say the very least, when Australians are seriously struggling. Under this government, Australians are experiencing the largest collapse in living standards in the developed world. The Prime Minister and the Treasurer do not seem to understand that they are not running their uni SRC, they're running the nation. Statistics can't hide the mess because everyday Australians are living the consequences. Productivity has tanked, and without sustained long-term improvement, there is no chance that the living standards of Australians will recover. Their pursuit of a reckless net zero energy policy has caused prices to soar. Households grapple with what to go without simply to pay their bills, and businesses grapple with whether they can afford to stay open and compete against their offshore competitors, whose governments actually want them to have reliable and affordable energy. The government's record spending, which is at the highest level outside of recession in 40 years, has not only caused inflation to reach new heights, but also means that Australians are paying $50,000 every minute on the interest alone. Under their policies, this country will never have economic sovereignty again. The government's irresponsible attitude towards immigration has made the dream of home ownership exactly that, just a dream. Australians are not doing well under this Prime Minister and the Treasurer.
Member for Holt.
Deputy Speaker, I want to begin by wishing all Australians of Indian heritage in Holt and across Australia a very happy Holi. Holi celebrates the arrival of spring, the triumph of good over evil, and people coming together in a burst of colour and joy. Over the weekend in Holt, thousands of families came together to celebrate this beautiful festival. I had the pleasure of attending two fantastic Holi celebrations with our local community, one organised by Limbrook Association and another by Bright Events. Both events were filled with colour, music, and an incredible sense of community spirit. Families, friends and neighbours came together to celebrate culture, share food, enjoy performances and, of course, take part in the tradition of throwing colours. I have to say, I absolutely loved joining in and playing with colours. Deputy Speaker, moments like this showcase the very best of our community. In Holt, we are proudly diverse with people from many cultures, languages and traditions calling our community home. A huge thank you to the organisers, volunteers, performances and stallholders who work so hard to make these celebrations possible. Happy Holi.
Member for Riverina.
Deputy Speaker, under Labor, living standards have not only gone backwards, they are in such a poor and parlous state at the moment that ordinary, everyday Australians are wondering when they're going to make ends meet. And we heard yesterday in question time the Prime Minister and particularly the Treasurer going on about the fact that they believe that living standards are on the improve. And they talked about the OECD, they talked about everything that just happens in this place. But don't worry about what happens within this chamber. Go out and ask Mr and Mrs Average how they're faring, and they're doing it tough. That's if they've got a roof over their heads. That's if they're able to find the rent to pay each week or each fortnight. People are doing it tough. They can't afford their energy bills. They can't afford their rent. Petrol prices in Cowra are now well and truly over $2 a litre. They're in every way, whether they're at the Pauser, whether they're at the checkout, people are paying through the nose, and it's on Labor's watch. People need their living standards secure. Real wages have just gone completely backwards, and no amount of saying the opposite will make it otherwise for ordinary, everyday Australians. And it's time Labor members went into their electorates and stopped talking at people but started listening to people and started acting on behalf of those people who are really hurting at the moment.
Member for Gilmore.
Well, today is a fantastic day because today the doors of the brand new Nowra Medicare Urgent Care Clinic opened. The clinic is a huge win for my community and will take pressure off the busy emergency department at Shoalhaven Hospital. During the election campaign, I knocked on hundreds of doors in Nowra and the message was loud and clear. A local Medicare Urgent Care Clinic was desperately needed. I promised to deliver deliver this important service for our community, and I'm so thrilled the doors are now open. The clinic will make a real difference for locals and visitors by providing convenient, bulk-billed urgent care in the heart of Nowra. Located at 107 Scenic Drive, Nowra, the Medicare Urgent Care Clinic will operate from 8 a.m. until 10 p.m. 7 days a week, making sure patients can get the care they need when they need it. The highly trained doctors and nurses are equipped to treat a range of conditions and injuries that need urgent attention but aren't life-threatening, like cuts, viral infections or a sprained ankle. No appointment is needed. Patients can walk in, and most importantly, all services are bulk billed with just their Medicare card. I know the people of Nowra and surrounds have been eagerly awaiting their Medicare Urgent Care Clinic, and I'm extremely proud to have delivered it.
Member for Lindsay.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The Prime Minister keeps telling Australians he's very positive about the economy and that his government is doing the lot on cost of living. If doing the lot means delivering lower living standards, more debt and higher inflation, then Labor would be telling the truth. But they aren't even doing that. It's all smoke and mirrors from this nothing to see here Labor government. Nothing to see in Australian families not being able to afford a home. Nothing to see in Australian families being forced to the financial brink. This is a government that sees no evil. People are afraid.
Not from it anyway.
They are telling us they have nothing left and they feel trapped. But Labor hears no evil. When the Prime Minister stands here and says he's very positive, when he insists his government is doing the lot while Australians endure the worst collapse in living standards in the developed world, that is speak no evil, refusing to speak the truth. This is not just a cost of living crisis, it is a crisis of confidence, of aspiration, of the Australian dream itself. And still, nothing to see here. Edmund Burke warned the only thing necessary for the triumph of evil is for good men to do nothing. Well, the opposition will not do nothing. We will not look away. We will not pretend Australians have never had it so good. When they are going backwards, we see the pressure, we hear the warnings, and we are standing up for Australians while the government does the lot in sending our great nation backwards.
Member for Griffith.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Recently, I was honoured to join with our local Ukrainian community at Kangaroo Point in my electorate of Griffith for a solemn vigil in remembrance and solidarity. It was an emotional evening as we stood together to mark 4 years since Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine and 12 years since the illegal occupation of Crimea and parts of eastern Ukraine began. The Australian government stands firmly with Ukraine against Russia's aggression. Since February 2022, we have provided more than $1.7 billion in humanitarian and energy assistance and military assistance also. We stand with Ukraine in defence of its sovereignty and its right to live in peace. We reiterate our call on Russia to end this unprovoked and unjustified war and comply with its obligations under international law. We stand with Ukraine because borders cannot be redrawn by force. We stand with Ukraine because we stand for freedom and for the right of all nations to live in security, to raise their families in safety and to speak their language and to determine their own future. We may be half a world away, but we recognise what Ukrainians are defending: a home, a democracy, a people's right to exist and to choose their own path. Meeting with Ukrainian parliamentarians yesterday reinforced that this is not only a fight for Ukraine's territory but for freedom, sovereignty and the right of a people to choose their own future. Slava Ukraini.
Member for Page.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, at the moment in the United States, their inflation rate is 2.4%. Deputy Speaker, inflation in the Euro bloc is 1.9%. Inflation, as we all know in this chamber in Australia, is 3.8%, Deputy Speaker. Now, why might you say, Deputy Speaker, why has inflation stayed higher for longer in Australia than most other Western economies, Deputy Speaker? I can tell you the answer. The answer is that side of the chamber, Deputy Speaker. Now, the Prime Minister and the Treasurer cannot blame Ukraine. They can't blame a government from 4 or 5 years ago that inflation is higher here in Australia than it is in a lot of other countries. So, Deputy Speaker, what do you say to your children What do you say to your children when they make a mistake or they get things wrong? When they make a mistake, one, you get them to admit. They have to admit that they've made a mistake. They have to admit that they've done something wrong. Then, if it's upset people or affected people, you might even apologise. You might even apologise for the fact that you've got something wrong. And then when you do that, you can correct it. Deputy Speaker, or Speaker, you can correct it. But this government, I could go into some suggestions on energy policy, which I was going to, but, Speaker, this government has to admit and apologise to the Australian public that inflation has stayed here for higher and longer.
Give a call to member for Moreton.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Mr Speaker, yesterday we heard that the Shadow Treasurer tried to short Australia. He tried to short Billy Joel as well, but that's another story. Deputy Speaker, he tried to bet against us and he hoped for our nation to fail. It shouldn't surprise anyone here because we know that the Shadow Treasurer is part of a coalition that has a track record of shorting Australians. They shorted Australians when they voted against 20% student debt. They shorted Australians when they voted against free TAFE, and they shorted Australians when they tried to dismantle bulk billing. And, Mr Speaker, that stands in stark contrast to what the Albanese Labor government is delivering on. And that delivery has a face, the face of people who are assisted every day by what we are doing for what Australians care about the most. It's Ken, who saves money every month because we've made medicines cheaper. It's Lynn, who now has an urgent care clinic right next door, giving her easy access to healthcare. And it's Helena, a third-year Griffiths Uni student who has benefited from 20% off student debt. Mr Speaker, they can't vote against these core delivery things without voting against Australians. And when you short Australia, you short Helena, you short Ken, you short Lynn, and you short every single Australian in this nation.
In accordance with Standing Order 43, the time for member statements has concluded. I invite the Prime Minister on indulgence and ask members to resume their seats quickly and quietly. The Prime Minister has the call.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. Well, today Australians right across this great sport-loving nation of ours will be mourning the passing of one of our best-loved commentators. Dennis Cometti was a proud son of Western Australia who played for West Perth in the WAFL, the WAFL. Yet he also, is much better known by being the voice of, or one of the voices of, Australian sport. For 5 decades, he broadcast footy, 3 Olympics and virtually every other sport on TV and radio. We were very familiar with that velvet voice of his. He elevated for us by having an eagle eye, a brilliant insight, and his distinctive humour, the product of both meticulous preparation and spontaneous genius. No tribute would be complete without giving a few quotes, not just the iconic centimetre perfect or like a cork in the ocean, but those brilliant offbeat observations that he made. The Magpies ought to be kicking themselves right now, but with their luck they'd probably miss. Barlow to Bateman, the Hawks are attacking alphabetically. Liberatory went into the last pack optimistically, but came out misty optically. Or describing the then young Melbourne Demons player, now Richmond Tigers coach Adam Uze, as a lousy Scrabble hand but a very good young player. He had a particular focus on people's names. He said at one stage, "There's Koutafidis, more vowels than possessions today." Dennis inspired countless imitators, but he remained the best, a true original. He had a brilliant partnership and true friendship with the legendary Bruce McAvaney, and this was because Dennis's sense of humour was matched by a powerful sense of occasion, an ability to recognise a defining moment and rise to it. Dennis Cometti will be sadly missed by his family, his loved ones, so many colleagues who learned so much from his generosity and skill. but importantly by Australians who've never met him, but who loved him and enjoyed his contribution. And he'll live forever in some of the happiest sporting memories of Australians everywhere. May he rest in peace.
Indulgence, the Honourable, the Leader of the Opposition.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And I rise to join the Prime Minister in honouring the life of Dennis Cometti. Dennis Cometti didn't just have a voice that resonated, he had a voice that was instantly recognisable. A voice that energised AFL games and energised the Olympics. Through his voice, we felt the anticipation of a centre bounce, the exhilaration of a soaring mark, the elation of a spectacular goal that was, as we heard from the Prime Minister, so often centimetre perfect, one of his many quotes that were so well known. And of course, and as someone who comes from a state where there's a little less AFL, the one I remember best was Kieran Perkins' absolutely extraordinary triumph in the 1500-metre freestyle final back in the 1996 Olympics 30 years ago. He served for decades the great game of Australian rules football. He was more than a commentator, he was an AFL storyteller. And in many ways, his voice became an embodiment of the crowd's sentiments. On behalf of many Australians who grew up listening to him call the game, I extend my deepest sympathies to his family and friends and to the wider football and sporting community. May he rest in peace.
Thank the Leader of the Opposition. I inform the House that it is my intention to issue a writ on Wednesday, 1 April 2026, for the election of a member to serve for the electoral division of Farrer in the state of New South Wales to fill the vacancy caused by the resignation of the Honourable Susan Lee. The dates in connection with the by-election will be fixed as follows. Close of rolls Wednesday 8 April 2026, close of nominations Monday 13 April 2026, date of polling Saturday 9 May 2026, return of writ on or before Friday 10th of July 2026. We shall move to questions without notice. Are there any questions? I give the call to the Honourable the Leader of the Opposition.
My question is to the Prime Minister. Can the Prime Minister confirm that, according to yesterday's data, since 2022, the only growth in the economy has been due to immigration and Australians working harder for less?
The call to the order. We don't need commentary before someone begins an answer. Give the call to the Leader, to the Prime Minister.
Thanks very much, Speaker. I thank the member for his question. And yesterday, the National Accounts showed that the Australian economy was growing at its fastest rate in almost 3 years, faster than every member of the G7. And on a day when the National Accounts showed household incomes and living standards are going up, the opposition was talking Australia down. As they do. They only have two settings, tearing each other down or talking Australia down. They're their two settings. Now, when the gender pay gap reached a record low, none of the blokes over there gave it a mention. When the bulk billing rate saw its biggest jump in 20 years, crickets, nothing whatsoever. When we passed 200, this is our record. This is our record. If you yelled less and listened more,
The Leader of the Opposition will state his point of order.
It goes to relevance.
Resume your seat. Resume your seat. Yeah. Yeah. I've said resume your seat. Yeah. Yeah. I'm not going to entertain long debates when it comes to relevance. You simply state the point of order on relevance without extra commentary. The Prime Minister was asked directly by the person two downs for you, talk about your record as an interjection. And if he's talking about his record because the Leader of the Nationals just said to him, talk about your record, well, you didn't say that either. Anyway, we're going to do this to make sure the Prime Minister is being directly relevant to the question that he was asked. The temperature is way too hot already. Things are going to be different today. And the question was asked, and now the Prime Minister is answering the question.
Yes, Mr Speaker, and I was talking about the national accounts, and I was also talking about our record, things that I was asked about. And the truth is that yesterday's national accounts did show that the economy was growing at its fastest rate in almost 3 years. It did show that it was growing faster than every single member of the G7, all those advanced economies, and those opposite have been never more upset than when Australia is going forward. Because what they want, they think they get to go forward if Australia goes backwards. Which is why the Shadow Treasurer even puts money on it. Mr Speaker.
Order. The member for Herbert will leave the chamber under 94A. Interjecting 7 times in one question is unacceptable. Order. We're not having a wall of noise today. I want to set the rules crystal clear so everybody knows how the chamber will be operating today and every other day. Give the call to the honourable member for Bean.
Thanks, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Can the Prime Minister outline the significance and outcomes of Canadian Prime Minister Mark Carney's visit to Australia? How is the Albanese Labor government working with our partners to build a more peaceful and prosperous world?
Call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Bean for his question. Indeed, the welcoming of Mark Carney, the Prime Minister of Canada, to this parliament was indeed an auspicious and a good occasion. This is a good relationship between two friendly nations and a good relationship that I have with the Prime Minister of Canada. Our common values and our common purpose underpin the cooperation between our two nations, and cooperation is indeed our clear objective, together announcing new measures to uphold and defend peace and prosperity for our peoples. And today we've done a number of upgrades of that relationship as well, enhancing collaboration and our shared advantages in critical minerals to shape emerging markets, and Australia joining the G7 Critical Minerals Production Alliance. We're backing our shared economic security with a new clean energy partnership, updating the Australia-Canada Tax Treaty, and importantly deepening our cooperation on artificial intelligence as we go forward. Our cooperation in defence is strengthening through Defence Ministers' meetings, and I welcome the Defence Minister to the floor today. Our Arctic over-the-horizon radar system will be Australia's largest ever defence export, benefiting both of our nations. And as two nations impacted by more frequent and severe natural disasters, together we're boosting cooperation across emergency management. And I thank Prime Minister Carney for the meeting that we had with many of the emergency service workers, the firefighters, who we were able to meet with after his address here in my courtyard in Parliament House. I reflected on the deep gratitude that the Australian people have for the support that Canadian firefighters have given to Australia almost every year, but particularly during the Black Summer bushfires. The relationship between our firefighters is a true testament of Australians and Canadians having each other's back. Mr Speaker, we do live in a changing and more challenging world. As middle powers, we need to do more together in order to shape positive change in the world together. That is Australia's pursuit, investing in our relationships, finding new opportunities from within complexity, and building the economic potential of our nation, our region and the world, always acting in the national interest, always focused on the positive difference we can make to those that we serve and represent, the Australian people. Prime Minister Carney remains, and Mrs Fox Carney are welcome guests in this country. I look forward to hosting them at the Lodge together with Jodie tonight, together with their delegation. It has been a really successful visit, and I look forward to building on this relationship.
I call the member for Goldstein. I'm also pleased to inform the House that joining us today, as the Prime Minister indicated, just resume your seat, Member for Goldstein, while I'm doing some acknowledgements. Thank you. I'm pleased to inform the House that, as the Prime Minister indicated, that the Honourable David J. McGuinty, the Canadian Minister of National Defence, is in the Distinguished Visitors Gallery today. I'm also welcoming for the first time His Excellency Dr Halil Newman, the Ambassador of Israel to Australia, and I'm pleased to inform the House that present in the gallery today are the 2026 recipients of the Nuffield Australia Scholarships, awarded each year to Australian farmers to increase practical farming knowledge and management skills, as guests of the Honourable Bruce Scott, the former member for Maranoa. With the call to the Honourable Member for Goldstein.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Can the Prime Minister confirm that, according to yesterday's data, population growth driven by immigration has grown by 1.9 million since 2022? At the same time, Labor has missed its housing targets by tens of thousands of homes.
Call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. I'm asked about numbers, Mr Speaker.
Order. Members on my left will cease rejecting.
I can tell them.
The Treasurer will cease
I can tell them
rejecting.
what their housing figures were. Their target, it was zero. It was zero, because they didn't even have a housing minister. They didn't even have a housing minister.
Right.
And when it comes to migration numbers, we have cut the net migration figures by over 40% in a year. The number of people arriving now is lower than it was under the coalition. The latest population statement, released in early January, confirmed that population growth is expected to slow to 1.3% in the current financial year and 1.2% from 2026-27, and that this is lower than the average of 1.4% experienced during the 2010s. They are just the facts. And the fact is also that after COVID and when the borders were closed, and see if you can think about this, when the borders were closed and Australians weren't allowed to come home, when the borders opened, there were more people coming here than when the borders were closed. We're closed.
Order.
The figures show, Mr Speaker, and I've asked about them, but they don't want to hear them. By 2030-31, Australia's population is expected to be 754,000 smaller than what the former coalition government forecast prior to the pandemic. 754,000 smaller. That's the fact, Mr Speaker. But I've asked about numbers. Well, here's some numbers for you. 1.2 million more jobs, 3 out of 5 of them full-time, 4 out of 5 in the private sector. 14 million Australians, there's a number for you. That's the number of Australians who get tax cuts under us and who would have got tax increases under them. Here's another figure for you. $233 billion better budget bottom line cumulatively over the 7 years to 2028-29. 1,300 extra GP practices now bulk billing. 1,300. 130 urgent care clinics up and running, would have been zero under them. 3 million Australians getting a cut in their student debt. The average relief, $5,500.
Order.
And 18 gigawatts of renewable energy added, unlike what happened under them.
Once again, there was far too much noise in that answer. The member for Goldstein continually interjecting. We need to have the MPI today. So for the MPI to succeed, he needs to cease interjecting. So if the member for Goldstein keeps interjecting, we won't have the MPI today. Well, I'd like there to be an MPI, and I hope every other member does too. And I'm sure the member for Goldstein does. So I hope everyone is clear that that is the course of action. If you interject, we won't be having an MPI today. Great. And the member for Forest is now warned for his interjections. Give the call to the honourable member for Hasluck.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Resources. How is the Albanese Labor government working with international partners like Canada to strengthen the global supply chain of critical minerals and create secure jobs here in Australia? Are there any threats to Australia's critical minerals industry?
Call to the Minister for Northern Australia and the Minister for Resources.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Hasluck for her fine question. Unlike all members on this side of the House, she knows that Labor is the only party that truly supports the resources sector of this nation. From day one, Mr Speaker, the Albanese Labor government has supported the resources industry and the over 300,000 resources workers right across this country. Every single one of these members behind me.
Order.
Mr Speaker, Australia and Canada are natural partners in critical minerals. Both of our countries are major resources producers. We have a stellar opportunity for Australia and Canada to work together to play a powerful role in shaping how global markets develop while creating secure jobs at home. Earlier today, we heard from Prime Minister Carney, who said what we know to be true, that Canada and Australia are the world's two most reliable and like-minded mining giants. We have each developed the most advanced extractive ecosystems in the world, and we are the world's critical minerals superpowers. Australia and Canada both know that we need to process and refine these critical minerals and rare earths in our own countries. And today, Prime Minister Albanese and Prime Minister Carney committed to deepening our collaboration in critical minerals with regard to standards-based markets, capital investment, having our strategic reserves work together, sharing technical expertise on geoscience and mapping, and the science of extraction and processing. And I want to thank Canada for inviting Australia to participate in the G7+ Ministers meeting, which I was able to attend in Toronto last year. And following that work, Canada has backed us in supporting us being part of an integral part of the G7 Critical Minerals Production Alliance. And I want to thank, and I hope the Minister for Defence is in the distinguished visitors space there, can pass on my thanks to my counterpart, Minister Tim Hodgson. He and I signed a joint declaration of intent between us at the meeting in Toronto last year. I'm asked about threats, Mr Speaker. I'm asked about threats to this nation's success. Well, I'll turn to the record, Mr Speaker. And if I think of what we've announced for this space, $1 billion for critical minerals investments through the National Reconstruction Fund. We legislated for this, and what did those opposite do? Well, they voted against it, Mr Speaker. And then we committed as a government $1.2 billion to establish the Critical Minerals Strategic Reserve, which is now integral to our cooperation with Canada, with other nations as well. What did they do, Mr Speaker? They opposed it. And then there's the Resourcing Australia's Prosperity Project, $3.4 billion. Well, there was radio silence on that, but then they re-announced it for themselves. And I checked today, and it's still on their website, so I guess I'll take the win in that respect. And then there's production tax incentive, which they also voted against.
Concluded. The call to the member for Warringah.
To the Prime Minister. Far-right activist group, the organisation to which incredibly the husband of the Special Envoy to combat anti-Semitism donated, recently platformed abhorrent claims that Angela Merkel's politics did more damage to Germany than Nazis and Adolf Hitler. Shockingly, also in attendance was former Prime Minister and Director of Fox Corporation Tony Abbott and current sitting Liberal senators. Advanced AstroTurf spreads misinformation to gain support for dangerous far-right agenda. Will the government urgently guardrail against this with truth in political advertising laws, ban the use of generative AI and deep fakes in political advertising?
Call to the first part of the question. The Prime Minister's not really responsible for the people that you mentioned there, but the end part of the question, just to make sure what's within standing orders, is allowable. So I'll just guide the Prime Minister that way so he understands as part of these responsibilities.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker. I thank the member for Warringah for her question. And it is certainly the case that some of the so-called political advocacy that we've seen increasingly being used in recent years has caused division is aimed at distressing people and is aimed at spreading what is a hateful culture. And the examples that the member has used of comparing Angela Merkel, that I think is a highly respected former Chancellor of Germany, she is entitled to be treated with respect. And I certainly would do that, notwithstanding the fact that she certainly isn't from my side of politics in terms of the Social Democrats in Germany. But we are seeing a rise of hard right politics that sometimes needs to be called out. The matters that the member has raised, I'd be happy to have a discussion with her about whether the Joint Standing Committee on Electoral Matters could give consideration to some of those issues. We do need to always ensure that people have freedom of expression, including freedom of political expression. We also need to make sure, of course, that on the full range of issues, we ensure that disinformation and things that are simply not right are able to be called out. And the Minister for Communications might like to add as well.
Call to the Minister for Communications, the Minister for Sport.
Thanks very much. One of the reasons the Albanese government is committed to implementing a digital duty of care, which we intend to do through the Parliament this year, is to address online harms that are affecting Australians. That includes preventing nudify apps and deep fakes generated by AI, and also from hate online. We just closed the consultation process for that at the end of last year. We are now working through the consultation responses. We intend to work collaboratively with our parliamentarians to try and get this through the Parliament by the end of the year to ensure that the digital duty of care...
The member for Warringah on a point of order.
Relevance. I'm talking about political advertising.
The Minister was directly answering your question. I did hear her mention AI that you were asking about and deepfakes. She was in mid-sentence regarding that part of the answer. I can appreciate you want maybe a certain answer, but I've got to make sure she's being directly relevant, and she is being absolutely directly relevant.
So digital duty of care is designed to change the power balance so that the onus is on big tech to prevent harm from occurring to Australians through their own systems and policies before the harm occurs. Currently, it's kind of ambulance at the bottom of the cliff, the harm occurs, and then someone goes and reports something like misinformation in political advertising. A digital duty of care will put the onus on big tech to be responsible towards Australians from the get-go.
The Minister's time has concluded. Give a call to the member for Moreton.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Can the Prime Minister update the House on Australian government assistance and advice to Australian nationals impacted by conflict in the Middle East?
Call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Moreton for her question. Late last night, the first flight in recent days arrived in Sydney from Dubai. That was a good thing. I'm sure that Australians who were able to touch down on their home soil felt very, very relieved to be home. And I confirm that right now another flight, EK 414, is in the air with over 200 Australians on board. It departed Dubai at 9:16 a.m. today, Canberra time, bound for Sydney, and we are hopeful of more flights being in the air today, which is what we want to see. The most recent advice is another 2 flights are scheduled to depart to Australia today. We know that there are many Australians who are waiting for an opportunity to get home. The Australian government, the UAE and airlines in the Gulf states are working hard to secure more flights to get Australians home as soon as possible. Commercial flights remain the quickest way for Australians impacted by the conflict to get home. The situation in the region remains volatile, as we know. It's dangerous and it's fast-moving. 10 countries are now under attack by the Iranian regime. And I again reiterate the Australian government's call for Iran to cease all attacks. The government's first priority is keeping Australians safe, working with our agencies and our partners to get help to Australians who need it. Officials from the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade are working around the clock and engaging surge consular capacity. The government is deploying 6 crisis response teams to the region, and we've already deployed military assets as part of our contingency planning earlier this week. I thank those Australians who are going into a dangerous situation in order to help their fellow Australians caught up in this conflict. We want to see Australians get home safely. Do not travel advice remains in place, and DFAT has activated these crisis centres to provide consular support to Australians who are impacted. We'll continue to monitor the situation. We're having all of the appropriate meetings on a daily basis. We'll continue to act where it's safe to do so to support Australians in every way that we can.
Call to the honourable member for Goldstein.
My question is to the Treasurer. Yesterday's data confirms that in the final quarter of 2025, public demand grew faster than private demand, the same time inflation started resurging. Does the Treasurer still deny the link between government spending and driving inflation higher?
Call to the Treasurer.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Thanks to the honourable member for his question. First of all, public demand in the December quarter, the key driver of that public demand was defence spending, and those opposite have called for more of that, not less of that. That's the first point. The second point was when you look at the story of 2025, the big story of 2025 was the private sector driving growth and the public sector taking a step back. Private demand grew faster and contributed over 3 times more to economic growth than public demand in annual terms, Mr Speaker. Within a year, annual private demand growth more than tripled, but annual public demand growth more than halved compared with 2024. Those are the facts of the matter, Mr Speaker. Now, when it comes to the link between spending and inflation, well, I have said on a number of occasions that we take our responsibilities seriously in the budget. That's why we found savings and delivered surpluses and got your debt down by $176 billion, because we manage the budget and we manage the economy in the most responsible way that we can, Mr Speaker. Now, yesterday's national accounts were overwhelmingly good news for our economy. Stronger growth than any major advanced economy, the strongest growth in almost 3 years, stronger per capita growth, the strongest per capita growth in more than 3 years, Mr Speaker. But those opposite, they always want to talk the economy down. And one of the reasons they always want to talk the economy down, as it was revealed yesterday, Mr Speaker, is that the Shadow Treasurer has held shares.
The Manager of Opposition Business on a point of order.
Thanks, Speaker. It goes to Standing Order 104A, which says a question must be directly relevant to the answer. Now, you are not being in any way— sorry, the Treasurer—
I thank the—
sorry, but the noise coming from their speaker is making it very hard to—
You've definitely made the point and read the standing order, and I appreciate that.
Yes.
So,
OK.
But that's—
if you could just bring
okay.
the Treasurer back, that would be wonderful.
Yes. We'll get there. The Leader of the House on a point of order.
What he just read out is not the standing order. I think he read it backwards.
Look. No, the manager is entitled to raise his point of order, and he's done so. The Treasurer wasn't asked about alternative policies. He wasn't asked about— I know the line that he's going down, but at this occasion, he won't be able to go too far into opposition policies or opposition persons, because he wasn't asked about that. He was asked about the link between government spending and inflation, and also the data that he was asked about yesterday. Sorry, the data released yesterday. So just to make sure that he is directly relevant, he won't be able to go down that line that he's trying to probably get into the record.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr Speaker. I was asked about yesterday's numbers. I was asked about public spending. I've dealt with that in detail. I've explained the defence spending in the last quarter that those opposite have called for more of, not for less of. I've explained what's happened through the course of 2025. But what I'm trying to establish, Mr Speaker, is that when it comes to yesterday's national accounts, they were a good story, not a negative story, as those opposite are trying to paint for the people. And we know that one of the reasons for that is because the Shadow Treasurer has bet against Australia and bet against Australians. And, Mr Speaker, there's an important part of this. Yeah. There's an important part of this that the House needs to know about, Mr Speaker. You don't have to shout at me, mate. I'm right here.
Manager
I'm right here.
of Opposition Business, the Treasurer will... Yes. Order. The Deputy Leader of the Opposition in the House of Representatives doesn't need to assist anyone at this moment. He's welcome to take a point of order, but at this stage I'll deal with the Manager of Order. Members on my right, the Manager is on his feet. He's going to be heard in silence.
Speaker, I don't know whether it was a ruling you gave the Treasurer, but your instructions were very clear that he had to be directly relevant to the question. Now, he was trying to defy the advice that you gave him, and I think he should listen.
I know. I appreciate that endorsement, Manager. Just if the Treasurer can just conclude his answer without going down that path, I think that'll help. That'll help by being directly relevant. That'll help the House.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. This side of the House has been managing the budget in a responsible way. That's how we delivered two surpluses that those opposite were incapable of. They said they'd deliver a surplus every year. They went none for 9. We've delivered 2 already, Mr Speaker. We found $114 billion in savings. We've got the debt down by
Resume your seat. Resume your seat. All right. No, resume your seat. I'm moving to the next question. Resume your seat. We're moving to the next question. We're not turning this into some sort of yelling match. I'll give the call to the honourable member for Hunter.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Treasurer. What do the recent economic figures mean for the upcoming budget and the Albanese Labor government's economic plan? How does this compare to other approaches?
The Treasurer now has the call.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Yesterday's national accounts were really encouraging for Australia because what they showed is that we have growth which is stronger and broader, and that growth is very welcome in our economy. The strongest growth for almost 3 years. Stronger growth than any major advanced economy. Strong growth in business investment and dwelling investment, and a welcome tick-up in market sector productivity as well, Mr Speaker. And one of the reasons why these numbers were so welcome is because this provides a very strong foundation to work from as we navigate now this heightened sense of global economic uncertainty. Now, a number of our challenges existed in the economy before the escalation of the conflict on the weekend. But whether it's global uncertainty or our inflation challenge, we know that these international events put additional pressure on Australians. We're very focused on that as we continue to put the budget together for May. That budget in May will be all about inflation and productivity and global economic uncertainty. It will be all about rolling out the tax cuts that those opposite oppose, all about making the superannuation system stronger and fairer. Today we passed legislation to make super fairer from top to bottom. Mr Speaker, a very good thing. Now, we know that there are challenges in our economy, but we face these challenges from a position of genuine economic strength. And we prefer to work from that position of strength and to talk the economy down, which is all we get from those opposite, Mr Speaker. And yesterday we learned why that has been the case. Now, every time the Shadow Treasurer talks down the Australian economy, he's been talking up his own investments, Mr Speaker. And that's what was revealed yesterday in the House. Now, I've got some additional information on this, Mr Speaker.
Order. We'll get to it. The Treasurer's just going to pause. He was... All right, we're going to do this in a really ordered manner, and the Manager now is going to be heard.
Goes to Standing Order 90, which is reflection on members. Now, we do not want to head down this path because... No, we don't, because two can play this game, and you want to be very, very careful.
Yeah. Order. I'll just remind the Treasurer of that standing order, but he is entitled to answer the question any way he wishes regarding when he was asked about how does compare to other approaches, and he'll need to either refer to other answers or perhaps there's articles which he was reading yesterday about this topic. Just can't get up and give an opinion about another member because that would be imputing motive or doing that. So I've just got to draw the Treasurers to that part of the standing orders and we listen carefully to how he answers.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. You're quite right that this was reported in The Guardian and the Australian Financial Review.
No, the member for Barrow is on his feet. Oh. Sure.
Speaker, under Standing Order 60...
People can take points of order in the moment when it's occurring, but we're just not going to have a free-for-all on this.
Draw your attention to Standing Order 68. The member for Goldstein has given a personal explanation on this matter to correct the misrepresentation, and I ask you to draw the member's attention because they're repeating the matter complained of, and I ask you to intervene on that regard.
Yeah, I did give a direction to a guidance to the Treasurer beforehand, and he will take that into consideration, and the matter was dealt with yesterday at the conclusion of question time, not in the most appropriate way, but we did deal with it. So I want the Treasurer to be very specific rather than giving any opinions about this matter.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And actually what I'm about to say refers to the personal explanation that was given yesterday, so I appreciate the prompt from the Shadow Minister. Now, what the Shadow Treasurer said yesterday was, I can inform the House that on Monday I submitted a statement of declaration that I had removed those shares, but it had not been published, Mr Speaker. I have here the Shadow Treasurer's Register of Members' Interests, which shows that that was not submitted until today, Mr Speaker. That was not submitted until today, the 5th of March 2026, Mr Speaker.
Treasurer will pause. Order. Members on my right. We'll get through this. The Deputy Leader of the Opposition in the House of Representatives.
Sure. So this point of order is on relevance. The member for Hunter asked about the recent economic figures and what they mean for the budget. He then asked the Treasurer to compare their economic plan with other approaches, not delve into people's financial arrangements.
Resume your seat. Yeah. Resume your seat. When the order, members on my right, when you're asked a question, and that's not completely correct, how does this compare to other approach? How does this? No, we'll for the all benefit of the House, the question did contain the question, how does this compare to other approaches? So that is why the Treasurer has been directly relevant.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The contrast I'm drawing is we are working hard on the economic challenges that we confront together, but we also recognise Australia's economic strengths. Those opposite keep talking the Australian economy down, Mr Speaker. We're optimistic about the future, even if they are not, Mr Speaker. So to paraphrase the late great Dennis Cometti, Mr Speaker, the Shadow Treasurer came into the week optimistically, he finishes the week mystiopically, Mr Speaker, and that's what we're seeing with the Shadow Treasurer.
Before I call the member for Lindsay, I'm pleased to inform the House that we've now been joined on the floor of the Parliament by an important parliamentary delegation from the Parliament of Ukraine, led by Dr. Galina Mikhailiuk. On behalf of all members, we welcome you and, of course, our good friend, the Ambassador. Give a call to the member for Lindsay.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. On Labor's cost of living crisis, my constituent Brett told me, quote, there is no money left after our mortgage, bills and groceries are paid for. While Russell told me, quote, things are out of control. Power, insurance, food have doubled. I can't keep up. Does the Prime Minister accept responsibility for the impact his decisions are having on lowering the living standards of Australians?
Call to the Prime Minister.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. Another tight question from those opposite, Mr Speaker. I'm asked about Brett and Russell. Well, I hope that Brett and Russell got told by the member for Lindsay that more than 1.2 million jobs have been created since we were in government. I hope that they've been told
Order.
I hope that they've been told when it comes to cost of living that we have given Brett and Russell, if they work, a tax cut already substantial as a result of the changes that we made to their unfair Stage 3 tax cuts. I hope that they said that they were opposed to that, and I note some of them are still opposed to that tax cut through their interjection, helpfully put forward by one of the new shadow ministers down the end there in their revolving door, that is their entry forward and back from the front bench, Mr. Speaker. But I hope that the member for Lindsay has also told Brett and Russell that they were going to reverse the tax cuts that they're going to get in July.
Order. The member for Barker.
And then that they were also opposed to the tax cut they're going to get next July. And of course, I hope as well that the member for Lindsay has told Brett and Russell that she, along with other members of the coalition, have opposed every one of our submissions that have gone forward arguing for pay rises in submissions to the Fair Work Commission. And indeed, I hope as well that they've been told that they were opposed to the 2.6 million Australians who work public holidays, weekends, late nights and early mornings, that we protected their penalty rates. Those opposite want to get rid of them, And I hope as well that they've been told that the member for Lindsay opposed the measures that we've put in place to assist with bulk billing, the 130 urgent care clinics. If Brett and Russell have got a student debt, if they studied at TAFE or university, that she opposed that as well. And if Brett and Russell have children, then the more than 1 million families who have paid thousands of dollars a year less with cheaper childcare, that makes a difference as well. Now,
the Prime Minister will pause. The member for Barker has had a good go today. He's going to leave the chamber under 94A. Order. It's far too disorderly just to be yelling, saying what you want. It is the Parliament of Australia. It is not. Order.
A popular decision on both sides of the House, Mr. Speaker, and I congratulate you on it.
Give the call to the honourable member for Cornwall.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy. What steps has the Albanese Labor government taken to improve Australia's fuel security and sovereign capability? Why did the failures of the past make this work essential?
Give the call to the Minister for Climate Change and Energy.
Well, thanks very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank the member for Cornwall for his question and congratulate him on the role he's playing since his election last year. And, Mr. Speaker, as the situation in the Middle East continues to deteriorate, Australians can be reassured that we enter this crisis well prepared. With 1.5 billion litres of petrol and 3 billion litres of diesel in our national stockpile, which is held in Geelong and in Lytton, which is a stockpile that was brought into force by law as one of the first acts of this government in 2023. Now, it is the case, Mr. Speaker, that we hold that stockpile of petrol and diesel in our 2 refineries. We would be better prepared if we had 6 refineries, and when Labor lost office in 2013, there were 6 refineries operating in Australia. When we came back to office in 2022, there were just 2 refineries operating in Australia. And when Altona was shut, the Altona refinery was shut in 2020, the member for Hume said, and I quote, "This will not negatively impact on Australia's fuel stock holdings." Well, it didn't help. It didn't help, Mr. Speaker, it's fair to say, the closure of Altona and the closure of Kwinana and the others. And in relation to urea, Mr. Speaker, I'm also pleased to advise Australia's truckies that we have a stockpile of 5 weeks' worth of technical grade urea, which adds to 12 weeks of privately held supplies, which means that we have very good supplies and backups for urea. Now, yet again, Mr. Speaker, we saw the closure. The reason that stockpile is necessary is because we saw the closure of Australia's only urea manufacturer in Gibson Island announced in 2021, Mr Speaker, announced in 2021. And Senator Canavan was out this morning. As you know, I'm always looking for bipartisanship, and he said, we used to produce urea in Australia, it's another sad story. Well, he's right. We did used to produce urea in Australia, and it is a sad story that urea manufacturing closed while the member for Hume was Minister for Energy.
Cease interjecting.
But I have good news. Urea manufacturing is coming back under the Albanese Labor government, Mr Speaker, because Perdaman in Karratha is seeing 2,500 construction workers as we speak, making a manufacturing facility which will produce 2.3 million tonnes of urea. And I congratulate the Minister for Resources for the Northern Australia Infrastructure Fund, which has helped construct and fund this facility. So, Mr Speaker, I was unaware the member for Maranoa was working with the Minister for Resources to support this program, claiming credit for here in 2026 a construction work underway. Mr Speaker, sovereign capability is not about an Instagram video next to old cars, and it's not about spreading misinformation about net zero. Building sovereign capability is hard work working with industry, and that's what the Albanese government is doing, correcting the deindustrialisation of the last 10 years.
With the call to the honourable member for Hinkler.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. In my electorate of Hinkler, demand for emergency relief is skyrocketing. The Harvey Bay Neighbourhood Centre usually serves 80 meals to those in need every Wednesday night. It has now increased to 120. Most of those meals are for children. Does the Prime Minister accept responsibility for the impacts his decisions are having on Australia's lower living standards?
Call to the Prime Minister.
I thank the member for Hinkler for his question. What I, of course, accept responsibility for is the policies of this government. I accept responsibility for the fact that since July 1, we've delivered a pay rise for all minimum and award wage workers, taking the total increase for Labor to over $9,000 since we were elected. I accept responsibility for the fact that we've increased the superannuation guarantee to 12%. I accept responsibility for the fact that paid parental leave has been expanded to 24 weeks. It'll be coming to 26 weeks. And super is now being paid on paid parental leave, something that the Shadow Treasurer has had some really interesting things to say about.
Order.
I take responsibility for the fact that those constituents would have received energy bill relief, that if they are studying, then they would have got the cut to student debt of average of $5,500. If they're doing TAFE or their children are going to do TAFE, then they could be one of the 725,000 Australians who've done that. The $10,000 bonus that's there for housing apprentices as well. They would have benefited from the fact if they or someone in their family has a health issue.
Order. Sorry, I was talking to the member for Goldstein. The Prime Minister will just pause. It was asked a question. Order. Order. I don't need to be pointed at. I don't know who you're pointed to. The Prime Minister is going to pause so I can hear the member for Page on a point of order.
Thank you, Speaker. The point of order is 104.A. The question was directly related to the demand for emergency relief skyrocketing.
Resume your seat. That is not a point of order. The Prime Minister was asked about does he accept responsibility for impact on his government, and he's using the words what I take responsibility for and outlining the impact of his government. So if you ask a question about that, about the impact of his government, he's going to talk about, obviously, the impact that he believes that the government has done. So no more frivolous points of order. 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 The manager, we've had one point of order. I'll hear from the manager because of his position.
I'll just wait for the Prime Minister.
State the point of order. We'll resume your seat. Let's get through this.
Member for Gippsland raised a very good point of order yesterday.
What's the point of order?
When we take a point of order, the Speaker sitting down so we can make the point of order.
Resume your seat. I explained to the House that the member for Goldstein was having my attention. That's why I was missing things. So if everyone could just do things in an orderly way, and I apologise to the member for Page that I didn't see him, but the member for Goldstein was, I was dealing another issue with him, a matter for him. Point of order has been made. We'll remind all members to follow the standing orders. The member for Hinkler's asked his question. We've had the point of order. Prime Minister's being directly relevant.
Thanks, Mr Speaker. And they've also got to be on the TV, and I congratulate them for that. Small mercies, Mr Speaker. Small mercies.
Order.
And what the member mightn't know, because he's new here, is that those opposite cut $20 million from emergency relief that we had to put back. So we put it back. $20 million we put back, they took out. Typical of what's occurred. Mr Speaker,
Order.
If they continue to ask questions like that, then we'll continue to take advantage of answering it. Emergency relief, you cut, we put money back. Simple as that. It's not that hard to get on top of. But the truth is as well that the range of measures that we have put in place, including 1-800 Medicare, including the education measures, including all of this support, make a difference for people. And all of them are opposed by those opposite. All of them are opposed by those opposite who just want to tear each other down and talk Australia down.
The member for Dixon now has the call.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Housing, Homelessness and Cities. What is the Albanese Labor government doing to help Australians get into their first home, and how does this compare to alternative approaches?
The call to the Minister for Housing, the Minister for Homelessness and the Minister for Cities.
Speaker, thank you, and I thank the member for Dixon for her question. As Labor people, we share a really simple belief, and that is that home ownership should be available to ordinary Australians. Speaker, our government has now backed 1,700 people in the member for Dixon's electorate into their first home, and we're proud to have done it. Speaker, the member for Dixon recently talked to me about Matthew, a local teacher she met at a street stall. He came over to thank her, Speaker. He's a middle-income earner, and he and his family have been able to buy their first home under our 5% deposit program. Now, Matthew is far from alone, Speaker. He is one of 230,000 Australians right around this country who have got into home ownership with our government's backing. Speaker, this is a massive number of people. In fact, for the first time in Australian history, more than half of the first home buyers in the market are in the market with the support and the backing of their government. Now, Speaker, the 5% deposit program is hugely popular with the people who desperately need that support. But what is really extraordinary is that those opposite oppose this support.
The Minister will pause. The member for Parkes has interjected 15 times. He will leave the chamber under 94A. You may sit a long way away, but that's no excuse to continually to be interjecting non-stop through every single answer. The Minister will now continue.
Thank you, Speaker. So 230,000 people across the country helped into first home ownership. Inexplicably, those opposite oppose this incredibly popular program. Why would this be, Speaker? Well, they have said that the 5% deposit program will be used by the children of billionaires. Like Gina Rinehart's children are going to be buying an affordable home with a 95% mortgage in the member for Dixon's electorate. Yeah, right. They also call this a gimmick, Speaker, and this is the one that really gets me. Let's just call this for exactly what it is, and that is pure snobbery. How do you think it feels for someone like Matthew or the 230,000 other people who have needed this program to get into the market to be told that this is somehow a gimmick? Speaker, this program is one that helps the average first home buyer in our country go from having to save for 10 or 11 years to get into their first home all the way back to 2 or 3. That is 8 years that young person is paying off their own mortgage rather than someone else's, and those opposite call it a gimmick. Speaker, I want every one of the 1,660 Australians in the electorate of Farrer to know that we have helped them get into a home ownership through a program that those opposite want to shut down. I want the 5,612 Australians supported in the member for Latrobe's electorate to know that he thinks that they must be the children of billionaires. And I want the 1,224 Australians in the member for Hume's electorate to know that if it were up to him, then they would still be renting.
Resume your seat. I know where you're going to go, so we'll just remind, can the minister refer to people with the correct titles? Yeah. It's only a relatively new thing that this has been taken up, I might add, to those opposite. Order. 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 The minister's got 13 seconds remaining. Continue.
Speaker, as we've seen today, those opposite are an absolute rabble who, as usual, are focused on creating chaos and fighting against each other. But there's one group of people that our government is here for every single day, and that's the Australian people. Speaker.
Call to the honourable member for Ryan.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Prime Minister. Corporate profiteering by big gas corporations skyrocketed after the invasion of Ukraine, causing rising power bills, and it's about to happen again, thanks to Trump and Netanyahu's attack on Iran, which you support. These corporations literally take Australian gas for free and make obscene profits from it. Will you put a 25% tax on gas exports, as advocated for by the ACTU?
Call to the Minister for Resources and the Minister for Northern Australia.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for her question. I'd like to let the member know that imposing new costs on the gas industry would freeze gas production in this country, and a tax on gas exports, as has been proposed by those opposite in the last election, would discourage investment in the new supply we need to back up our transition to net zero. We need gas as a firming capacity for renewables, whether that be solar or wind. This is what the International Energy Agency says, this is what AEMO says, as well as the International Panel on Climate Change. Many highly reputable global institutions that look at these matters agree there is a role for gas in net zero. But really importantly, we have worked and we have legislated the net zero target, and gas will support it. But in relation to putting more costs onto the gas industry, when in fact they do pay a significant amount of tax into our system, and I would also add they employ many Australians right around the country, whether it be in northwestern Western Australia or in Darwin, also in the north of Queensland, as well as even in Victoria, as it turns out, and also in South Australia. It's a very important industry, and thank you for the question.
The member for Ryan on a point of order.
Relevant, Speaker. The question was about taxing gas supply, not the
minister's concluded her answer. Give a call to the member for Braddon.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Education. What progress is being made to boost high school completion rates and student attendance? What are the risks?
Give a call to the Minister for Education.
Thanks very much, Mr Speaker, and can I thank my friend the brilliant member for Braddon for her question. And her question prompts me to inform the House of some very good news, because information out this morning shows that the number of kids finishing high school is going back up. Yeah. The number of boys finishing high school is going up. Yeah. The number of girls finishing high school is going up. Yeah. The number of kids at Catholic and independent schools finishing high school is going up. And the number of kids at public schools finishing high school is going up. Yeah. And this is a big deal because basically for the last decade it's been going in the opposite direction. It's been going down and down and down, and now it's starting to turn around. This is good news because, as most of us will know, it's more important to finish high school today than it was when we went to school. Now it's your ticket to the show, because so many jobs require you to finish school and then go on to TAFE or to university.
Order.
Now, I'm asked about risks, And I think everyone here will remember what happened last time the Liberals were in power, how they ripped the guts out of our public schools, how they ripped $30 billion out of our public schools, and that's when all of this started. We're still dealing with the consequences of it, because it wasn't just the number of kids finishing school that went down, it was the number of kids going to school that went down as well. School attendance rates under the Liberals dropped from 93% down to 86%. And the good news is that's going back up now too for the first time in a decade. What else happened under the Liberal Party? Teacher shortages went through the roof. And I can now tell the House some good news, that's turning around as well. There are now more school teachers than ever before, and more people enrolling to become a teacher as well. That's up 6% this year. But it's just the start. There is so much more that we need to do. That's why we're fixing the funding of our public schools, the biggest new investment in our schools by an Australian government ever. And that's not a blank cheque, that's funding tied to reform, the sort of reform we need to make sure that kids learn to read and to write and to count. Things like evidence-based teaching, things like phonics checks for kids when they're little to identify kids who need more help, and things like small group tutoring to give them the help that they need, so that we make sure that kids who fall behind catch up and keep up, and even more kids finish high school.
Give the call to the member for McPherson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Multicultural Affairs. Has the minister investigated all funding commitments, both secret and public, made by the Albanese Labor government to extremist Islamic organisations which have mourned the death of the evil Ayatollah Khomeini?
Order. The Minister has the call.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member opposite for his question, though I do take some issue with the inference there about secret funding. The funding of which was spoken about earlier this week was very much publicly made. The commitment was very publicly made. And as I said in this House, in response to questions from the Shadow Minister at the time of finding out about the incident that happened, I asked the department to stop what was an active process that has now been stopped. In relation to further matters, I will reiterate what I said last time in this House, and that is that this government takes very seriously the fact that all public funding that goes to any organisation, whether they are religious organisations, whether they are cultural organisations or sporting organisations, we take very seriously the role that they play in ensuring that their activities are in line with the standards that Australian taxpayers expect.
Call to the honourable member for Solomon.
Yeah, thanks, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Aged Care. How is the Albanese Labor government delivering for aged care workers and the people that they care for? Why is this necessary, and how does it differ from other approaches?
Call to the Minister for Aged Care and the Minister for Seniors.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I thank the member for Solomon for his question. He, along with the member for Lingiari, have been tireless advocates for better aged care services for older Territorians, and that's why our government is investing $60 million to build a new aged care facility in Palmerston. Mr Speaker, it takes a very special person to work in the aged care sector. Dedicated, highly skilled. They show up every single day and they afford our loved ones the dignity and the safety that they deserve. And that's why this Labor government, since coming to office, has delivered the biggest pay increase in the history of aged care. So far, 4 rounds of fully funded pay rises, recognising aged care work as the professional, essential work that it is. Today, the average registered nurse in aged care is making $28,000 more a year than they did before, meaning the award has increased by about $550 a week. These are life-changing numbers. They are delivered by this government and by this Prime Minister. We've mandated registered nurses in aged care homes 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. And we've implemented mandatory care minutes because we know that care isn't just a task to be completed. It's a relationship between two human beings, and when it's done right, both workers and older people benefit alike. But, Mr Speaker, the contrast with those opposite could not be starker. When they were in government, the Royal Commission into Aged Care Quality and Safety handed them a roadmap for reform. A roadmap built on the testimony of older Australians, their families and the workers who saw firsthand what neglect truly looked like. And what did they do? They sat on it, they delayed, they watered down, and then ultimately they walked away. And this is an ancient history, Mr Speaker. We're still working today to address the consequences of choices that those opposite made and that they have never properly accounted for. We shouldn't be surprised that the Leader of the Opposition hates workers, Mr Speaker. He made that very, very clear as Shadow Treasurer. He opposed tax cuts for every Australian taxpayer. He planned to cut 36,000 public servants, which would have hollowed out aged care. He planned to strip protections from casual workers. That's tens of thousands of aged care workers around Australia. This is a man who couldn't be trusted when he was auditioning for the top job. Aged care workers and the people they care for should be very nervous about ever letting him near the budget again. This government came to office with a clear commitment: to fix what was broken, to resource what had been starved, and to treat aged care workers with the respect that they deserve while they care for the people that we love.
Call to the honourable member for Clark.
Speaker, my question is to the Minister for Communications. Minister, it's almost 3 years since the Murphy report unanimously recommended a phase-out of gambling advertising. So, when will you be tabling the government's response to that report? And by what date will you actually legislate a ban on gambling advertising? Or is the Prime Minister continuing to block this sensible and popular reform?
Order. The Minister has the call.
Thank you for the question. The Albanese government has delivered the most significant online wagering harm reduction initiatives of the past decade, including launching BetStop and banning the use of credit cards for online wagering. BetStop is the most significant gambling reform of the past decade. It was this government that delivered those reforms, and we're really proud of the positive impact that it's having. Just last week, we released the review of BetStop, which found that BetStop is a successful policy and delivering on its objectives. That review, which we released for media and for the public last week, suggested several changes to maximise BetStop's reach and impact in addressing gambling harms, including improving community awareness through increased marketing and promotion. I've written to state and territory ministers and to peak bodies to help promote this vital service to frontline workers who are often the first point of contact for people experiencing gambling harm. I will continue to work with harm reduction advocates.
The Minister will pause. The member for Clark on a point of order.
Point of order on relevance, Speaker. The question goes to the fundamental issue of the Prime Minister personally blocking reform.
Well, no, that doesn't. The question contained a number of parts, including the timeline for the Murphy report, about the impact on this issue on community. When will the government be responding to the report, and what date? You were specific, and that was the last part of the question, and it was borderline because you're imputing a motive by the Prime Minister there. But the Minister is being directly relevant. I'm listening to her carefully about what the government is doing on that topic. Now, if she was talking about something else, she would not be directly relevant. If she was talking about another policy topic, I'd pull her into line. But I'm listening to her carefully, just making sure that she's being directly relevant about the question that she was asked, and I'll ask her to remain directly relevant.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Under the leadership of Prime Minister Albanese, this government has undertaken some of the most significant harm reduction measures that we have seen in the Federation. We have banned the use of credit cards for online wagering, we have launched BetStop, we have forced online wagering companies to send their customers monthly activity statements outlining their wins and their losses. We have provided direct funding for specialist financial counselling to support people affected by problem gambling. We have introduced new minimum classifications for video games with gambling-like content. We have introduced new evidence-based taglines in wagering advertising. We have introduced nationally consistent staff training in this space, and we have established mandatory customer ID verification for online wagering. We have done all of this work since we were elected to the Parliament, to government, and I will continue to meet with harm reduction advocates, some of whom were in my office earlier this week, with broadcasters and with sporting codes, as we seek to look at further ways that we can minimise the harms of gambling.
Call to the honourable member for Richmond.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Veterans Affairs and Defence Personnel. How is the Albanese Labor government supporting our veteran community, and how does this compare to what the government inherited?
Give a call to the Minister for Veterans Affairs and the Minister for Defence Personnel.
Well, thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for Richmond for her important question, because the Albanese government is focused on delivering for Australia's veterans, those still serving and those former serving, and that's including by delivering a Veterans and Families Hub in the Tweed. We've transformed how veterans can access a wide range of support, not only speeding up claims processing so they can get that assistance that they need sooner, but also making sure that that assistance is best practice, be it cutting-edge medical treatment, psychosocial supports or community connection. I'm proud that we've been working to better support our defence people from the day they sign up and throughout their career, making sure that they can better access healthcare and education and service to set them up for success. Now, Defence and the Department of Veterans Affairs are working more closely together to mitigate and ideally prevent illness and injury of all kinds. We want to see that our veteran community is well for longer. When we came into government, though, in 2022, DVA was chronically underfunded and under-resourced. This had serious negative real-world consequences for veterans and their families. It meant that for too long, veterans were not able to access the supports that they needed due to a lack of staffing and a lack of investment into DVA. There had been a revolving door of ministers, not 6 in 9 years. This has meant that veterans were not getting a fair go from the previous government. They didn't have a true champion in the coalition government. But I do want to give credit to my immediate predecessor, because the member for Calare, who now sits on the crossbench, he did try to turn it around. He called it out, even when he was a member of the coalition government. He said it was a dire situation. He even threatened to resign. He threatened to resign from the same ministry that featured the now leader of the opposition. He pointed out that the former government was only prioritising funding that had a political advantage, and that, quote, they didn't feel there was a political advantage in funding veterans' issues.
Order.
While some things change, some things just stay the same, Mr Speaker. The Liberals may change their leader, but they won't change the way that they are. The Albanese government is focused on delivering for our veterans, while they are the same old Liberals. They have learnt nothing.
Give the call to the honourable member for McPherson.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Multicultural Affairs. Has the Minister investigated all funding commitments made to organisations who have mourned the death of the evil Ayatollah Khomeini?
Call to the order. Give the call to the Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I do thank the member for his question. I'm not quite sure how else I can articulate this other than to repeat again that there is an expectation from this government that all organisations that receive funding conduct themselves under the expectations and within the expectations of Australian taxpayers. The situation in question I have spoken about before in Parliament in question time and answered questions with regard to that particular situation, where I have informed the House of a situation where there was an active submission in place, which was later stopped after that particular organisation was found to have.
The manager, just, if you're going to raise a point of order, you can, but I don't want banter. We just had that debate yesterday with the member for Gippsland. Yeah.
Thank
so
you,
if the
Mr.
minister
Speaker.
can direct her comments through the chair, and if the manager jumps up, he'll get the point of order, but not coming up to when a minister is at the dispatch box and just having a chat.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So just to clarify on the situation that was raised in question time earlier this week, that matter was an active submission that was stopped because we were concerned about social cohesion, and I took the decision to stop it there. And as I've said before, there is that expectation that exists for organisations and funding.
If they don't want to hear it, just finish it.
I'm done.
Resume your seat. Order. Order. Has the minister concluded her answer? Yeah. Give a call. Order. Order. Members on my left. Order. When the House comes to order. Order. We'll now like to hear from the honourable member for Lingiari.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister for Health. Minister, how is the Albanese Labor government making medicines cheaper for all Australians after a decade of cuts and neglect? And how are patients benefiting from new treatments listed on the PBS?
Give a call to the Minister for Health and Ageing, the Minister for Disability and the National Disability Insurance Scheme.
Thank you, Speaker, and to the member for Lingiari. Like everyone on this side, we are so enormously proud of that great Labor legacy, the Pharmaceutical Benefits Scheme that was achieved by a Labor government decades and decades ago against the opposition of the Liberal Party at the time, against the opposition of groups like the then British Medical Association, but we stuck to the fight, and it's delivered one of the best medicine systems in the world. Since we came to government, we've added 400 new or amended listings to the PBS. Terrific listings like the reproductive health medicines, the menopause treatments, cancer treatments, so many others, all of them fantastic additions to the therapies available to Australian patients. But I have to say, none of them is more exciting than the listing I announced on Sunday for a whole of cancer eligibility for an immunotherapy called Opdivo and Yervoy. This has been saving thousands of lives here in Australia and hundreds of thousands across the world for several years now. And we've been struggling to get a listing that would allow clinicians to make that drug available to everyone with any type of cancer. This is going to be particularly important for those rarer cancers where it's very difficult to put together a clinical trials case for a specific listing. I joined a constituent of mine in the western suburbs of Adelaide, Josh Galpin. He'd had a relatively minor melanoma. It had been treated. He thought he was all fine. Then went into hospital to discover in his late 30s he was riddled with tumours through a range of different organs. He could have had chemotherapy, but with very little chance of survival. He could have had some inhibitors that are on the PBS, maybe with a survival for 2 years. But his clinician, Professor Roberts-Thompson, recommended Opdivo and Yervoy, which has largely cured all of these tumours. He's seen his oldest child graduate high school, his other 2 children get into adolescence, but he had to pay $100,000 for that. His parents deferred their retirement. His nan lended him some money. His workmates did a crowdfunding campaign to get that money together. And when he joined us at the Queen Elizabeth Hospital on Sunday, Mr Speaker, he said this PBS listing would mean thousands and thousands of Australians from now on won't have to go through that. They won't have to deal with the financial pressure in addition to the trauma of potentially not surviving your children's schooling years. So this will benefit about 5,000 Australians every single year, Mr Speaker. It is the first listing of its kind anywhere in the world. These immunotherapies are life-changing and life-saving. Not only will it now mean that no one pays $100,000, they'll be paying cheaper strips thanks to this medicine, this government.
Give the call to the honourable member for Mayo.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. My question is to the Attorney-General. At least 1 in 6 older people report experiencing elder abuse and neglect, financial, familial, psychological, physical. There's been no national plan to address this since 2023. When will the government release the new national plan to respond to the abuse of older Australians to deal with this crisis?
Give the call to the Attorney-General.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I thank the member for her question on a topic that is not discussed enough in our society and I think in our political discourse. And I thank her for particularly going to the issue of the National Plan for Elder Abuse. I can assure the member that work on that is underway, and I will be in a position to make announcements in the near future on how that is progressing. But I will say 2 things. Firstly, elder abuse needs to be understood for what it is. It is insidious, it is often unseen, and unfortunately, it too often happens at the hands of relatives as well. We are now in a position where we understand the data much more fully, and that is a role that this government and this portfolio has been fulfilling, and it is one that is informing our policy processes going forward. Secondly, as the member will be well aware, elder abuse is also addressed at a state level, and the need to have coordination in that context is vitally important. And I can assure the member that this has been an item that is being discussed at the Standing Council of Attorneys General, which I chair, and we only had our meeting only a few weeks ago. So I thank the member very sincerely for her interest. I will engage with the member as we lead up in this process, and of course my door is always open for other members who wish to engage as well.
The call to the member for Gorton.
Thank you, Speaker. My question is to the Minister of Employment and Workplace Relations. How is the Albanese Labor government improving outcomes for Australian workers, and what has been the response?
Give the call to the Minister for Employment and Workplace Relations.
Well, thank you, Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for Gorton for her question, and it was wonderful to join her with workers that keep the Melbourne airport going just recently. Now, 2 years ago, our government introduced historic reforms to improve pay, job security and working conditions for Australians. These reforms included the right to disconnect, allowing Australians to unplug after hours guilt-free. Jacob, a science teacher, said that this change helped him rediscover his passion for education and said it eased our workload pressure so that we can better focus our energies on what we do best, teaching. This reform is being embraced by both workers and employers, with more than half of businesses surveyed by the HR Institute indicating the right to disconnect improved employee engagement and productivity. It was therefore very, very disappointing that the Leader of the Opposition jumped to reject this proposal on ABC Insiders, where he said, well, obviously he would undo the right to disconnect. Now, of course, the government also introduced same job, same pay laws, which legislated a very, very simple principle. 2 people doing the same job should be paid the same. This reform is delivering pay increases to more than 8,000 workers right across Australia. Workers like Alicia, a flight attendant, who is now getting a 20% pay increase. Alicia said, I feel like I'm an equal. I feel like I'm valued now. While our government is delivering for people like Alicia, the Leader of the Opposition slammed this change, claiming it was dangerous and characterised it as un-Australian. Well, Mr Speaker, you know what is un-Australian? Telling people like Alicia she is an equal and she doesn't deserve the same pay as her colleagues. Now, our government is ensuring workers on digital platforms have access to a decent standard of living that other workers enjoy. Workers like Melbourne delivery driver Eric, who told the ABC in November that our changes are going to make a huge difference to easing cost of living pressures. Now, what did the Leader of the Opposition do when these laws were proposed? Well, he went to the HR Nichols Society and said that gig workers having minimum standards and pay would be disastrous. Now, the Leader of the Opposition has consistently championed repealing our fairer laws and consistently tried to make life harder for Alicia, Jacob and Eric and workers right across Australia. The Liberals might have changed their leader, but the same old Liberals haven't seen a pay increase they won't deny.
Call to the Prime Minister. Order.
Hey, it's only 3:30.
Order. Members on my left. Prime Minister.
Mr Speaker, can I give a shout out to John Paul College from Daisy Hill in the Treasurer's electorate up there. They're very pleased with that little shout out. Well done. And in their interest and everyone else's, I ask that further questions be placed on the notice paper.
Before I get to the member for Goldstein, the member for Clark had indicated in an order of precedent how I'm approached. Order. So we'll deal with the member for Clark, who is claiming a misrepresentation, and I give the call to the member for Clark. Do you claim to be misrepresented?
Speaker, I do claim to be misrepresented.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. In fact, I was misrepresented egregiously, Speaker. Yesterday on afternoon briefing, the Shadow Minister for Defence, Senator Patterson, claimed that in an interview with Radio National Breakfast I made, and I'll quote Senator Patterson, strange and factually incorrect observations. For example, he said that the Iraq War was launched in the lead-up to the mid-term elections in the United States, as this was, well, actually the Iraq War commenced in 2003 after the mid-term elections in the lead-up to a presidential election. Now, Speaker, I'm sorry, that wasn't grammatically very good, but that's what he said. Now, Speaker, Senator Patterson may not have been listening closely enough, because if he listens back, he'll find that I clarified that, and I'll quote myself now, back in 2003, that was just after the 2002 congressional mid-term elections, when the Republicans had really beaten the drums of war, and they did well in those congressional mid-terms, but by that stage they were on an inevitable course to have that conflict, end of quote. Now, Speaker, given that Senator Patterson was a minor at the time, he may not have been paying as close attention.
We don't need explanations, as I explained to the House when the member for Goldstone tried this yesterday with his commentary. I just need you to say where you've been misrepresented, not further commentary.
Thank you, Speaker. Then I'll leave it there, but I think it's pretty straightforward.
Give a call to the member for Goldstein. Does the member claim to be misrepresented?
I do, Speaker.
You may proceed.
Speaker, during question time today, the Treasurer continued a campaign of misinformation against me. I guess you only heard the ones you love. I'm a married man, Treasurer. On Monday, I submitted...
The member for Goldstein, I just explained to the House, if you're going to continue with this, you will not get the chance to use this as a procedure of the House. It's an indulgence I'm granting you. You're currently abusing it, as the member for Clark did as well. The rules apply to everyone. I need you to state where you've been misrepresented, and no more, no less.
Thank you, Speaker. During question time today, the Treasurer misrepresented me in claiming that I had updated my register of interests on today. This is not correct. As this document will show, on Monday I submitted an alteration of interests to the registrar. This is the receipt, and I seek leave to table it, as it was only published today. I seek leave to table it.
Leave
you
granted?
keep saying all you need to do is accept it.
Leave is not granted.
I thank the member. I'll deal with it. Before I move, we'll deal with the member for Chipley, who raised this issue with me regarding the member's registered instrument, regarding an individual's alteration. The issue that the member raised about was the timing and had there been any changes with the approach. When alterations occur, and as one did occur this week, the issue was that it contained extraneous material which was not published. When a new alteration was allocated, which was today, regarding the same matter, without the extra commentary, which was published today, it has today's date on it, being a new submission. There go. The procedures have not changed. Before I call the Leader of the House, pursuant to Standing Order 17, I lay on the table my warrant revoking the nomination of the Honourable Member for Forrest and nominating the Honourable Member for Wright to be a member of the Speaker's panel to assist the Chair when requested to do so by the Speaker or Deputy Speaker. I present the Auditor-General's Performance Audit Report number 23 of 2025-26 entitled Suicide Prevention Policy Development and Monitoring, Department of Health and Disability and Ageing. Now the Leader of the House with papers.
Mr Speaker, these documents are tabled in accordance with the list circulated to the honourable members earlier today. For details of the documents will be recorded in the votes and proceedings.
I have received a letter from the Honourable Member for Goldstein proposing that a definite matter of public importance be submitted to the House for discussion, namely the decline of Australia's living standards during the government's cost of living crisis. I call upon those honourable members who approve of the proposed discussion to rise in their places, and I give the call to the Honourable Member for Goldstein.
Well, thank you, Speaker. And shortly after question time, the Treasurer scurried out from the chamber, and I can understand why, because while he feels shame, Australians desperately need hope. They need hope for the future, they need ambition for our country, and they need economic leadership that is sadly missing right now. And you just need to look at the Treasurer and what his legacy has been. Do you remember, Deputy Speaker, Deputy Speaker, when George Bush went onto the brig of the USS Abraham Lincoln and declared mission accomplished? Well, that's what the Treasurer did in saying Australia had turned the inflation corner. Well, that would certainly be news to millions of Australians who are living with the consequences of him continuing to pour debt petrol on the inflation fire. If you listen to the government during question time, what you would hear is Australians have never had it so good. Australians are doing great. Australia is doing great. Well, to be fair, Deputy Speaker, some people are doing well. Some people are doing well. Organised crime is doing well. We have tobacco, them using illegal tobacco as a pathway to profiteer, to undermine tax revenue and to finance terrorism. Organised crime is doing really well. Organised crime through cartel kickbacks and public money given through the CFMEU Labor cartel. They are doing really well. No, never done better. Organised crime has never done better than under this government. So, yes, some people are doing well, but they are all the wrong people. Can you imagine, Deputy Speaker, how Australians, the mums and dads of this nation, that are going to their local supermarket and they're putting items in their red basket or their trolley, and increasingly they're not just checking the price, as they might always be if they're prudent in balancing a budget, but increasingly, Deputy Speaker, they're turning up to the checkout and they're getting through the price scanner and having to take things out of the basket or out of the trolley and put it back. Because what this government is doing is not just inflating out the value of money. It doesn't just mean you get less when you go to the supermarket checkout. What this government is doing is inflating out Australians' dignity. And this is the most despicable and disgraceful act that a government could do. And when they come into this chamber and they pretend like everything's rosy and that Australians are not doing it tough, their only answer is, well, what we should do is issue more bonds. Let's get more debt and let's pour it onto the inflation fire and let's let rip. They seem to have no understanding of what's driving inflation. As the member for Kennedy whispered sweet nothings of inflation in my ear about what is happening during question time, the Treasurer is in a form of delusion about the fact that private demand is being stoked by public demand. This is being explained by the Reserve Bank Governor, but hey, according to this government, what would they know? But they're continuing to spend and stoke expenditure every step of the way from the taxpayer's purse so that they can stoke private demand to hide an economic reality. Australian wages are going backwards, they're being outstripped by inflation, and the costs are going through the roof. There you go, costs are going through the roof. You're 100% right, member for Wannon. Whether it's higher rents, higher insurance, higher costs at the supermarket. It doesn't matter where you go, and of course higher petrol as well. At every step we have a problem, and the government is in a form of denial. But what we've seen this week, Deputy Speaker, is an active attempt to deliberately distract from what the Treasurer's legacy has been to date. He now talks about international factors like this is suddenly because inflation begins in Tehran, not in Canberra. Because all of a sudden everything was rosy until Sunday, Deputy Speaker. Just one little problem. We're actually talking about the December quarter accounts. I can assure you that wasn't a problem back in December. Australians are doing it tough, and this government is contributing it every step of the way. The legacy is extremely clear. On a per capita basis, the Australian economy remains poorer than in March 2022. According to the latest figures from the OECD, Australia, let's just dramatic pause. Australia has experienced the worst fall in living standards in the OECD. This is a disgrace. Australia's made no progress in living standards against the OECD average by 10 percentage points. They're down 10 percentage points. We have real wages are falling 2% lower today than when Labor took office and falling right now. Remember when, Deputy Speaker, remember when Labor members came into this chamber and talked about real wages moving? Yes. Remember that? I think they even did dances to that. Well, I can assure you the Australian people aren't dancing to that tune anymore because they know that inflation is outstripping their wages and they are going backwards. And they feel it when they get their paycheck, they feel it when they get to the supermarket checkout because they know just not they're getting less, but they know they're getting less for their value of their dollar. And the RBA expects real wages to continue to fall all year to December 2026. I'm sure there'll be a reason that will be this side of the chamber's fault. I'm sure we'll have an excuse about why 4 years out from government, somehow we are in a situation where we're responsible for that. When is the Prime Minister actually going to appoint a Treasurer who's going to take responsibility, Deputy Speaker? When is the Prime Minister— I know he likes to ritually humiliate the Treasurer, whether it's unrealised capital gains and rolling over that. He's got him out there floating new taxes and he'll force him to roll over that. When was the Prime Minister going to appoint a Treasurer who's going to take responsibility? Because right now the Treasurer is out there socialising to increase taxes on the Australian people, while they'll do nothing about the $15 billion that has gone to organised crime through the CFMEU Labor cartel. The idea that this Treasurer and this Prime Minister and this government is somehow going to tax Australians more because they couldn't be bothered following up public money going to organised crime through the CFMEU Labor cartel is the most bizarre expression and sentence I have ever had to give. But this is the lived reality of Australians under the Albanese government. We had the national accounts. As I said, it was the December quarter, Deputy Speaker, so it was after the election and they won that election. We will acknowledge that. In fact, they got a record majority, so you'd think they'd take a little bit of ownership in the process. But what did it show? It showed that in the second quarter in a row in which public sector demand growth outpaced private sector demand, 0.9% versus 0.4%. That's why we have a small business cost crisis. Think about all those Australians right now who have backed themselves in, whether they're self-employed, small businesses or family businesses, and their profitability margins are thinning and thinning and thinning. Well, we actually know what's happened under this government, Deputy Speaker. As they've thinned, eventually they've gotten to the point where they can't go on. And when that happens, Deputy Speaker, it isn't just the small business that goes, it's the livelihoods that go with it. And that is what Australians in small business are living right now. That is why we have 41,000 small businesses that have collapsed under this government. I can tell you, the Albanese government's been betting on Australia failing. That's certainly true, because they haven't just been betting on it, they've been delivering on it. The Albanese government has overseen record small business insolvencies, and it was not just a record last financial year. Deputy Speaker, I'm going to give you a hot tip. A hot tip, Deputy Speaker. They're on track to deliver another record this year. The idea that any Labor member could stand in this chamber and get up and defend their record when you have 41,000 livelihoods thrown to the trash heap, where you have record small business insolvencies, at least 14,000 last financial year and 14,000 this year, real wages going backwards while costs soar into the horizon. Australians know what this government is doing. Australians have woken up. They know that this government has no concern for their future. They are not taking the action needed to build a better Australia. But I want to say, and I finish where I started, Deputy Speaker, Australians need hope. And there is a pathway to hope. We can have a coalition government that is focused on mobilising the economic, the ingenuity, the capital of this nation to build a better country for every Australian. We can build the homes Australians need, we can get wages up again, we can keep costs down, we can make energy cheaper, we can build a better future where the next generation of Australians cock their eyes to the horizon and think that this country is still an optimistic and proud nation. And I can assure you, Deputy Speaker, for the next 2 and a bit years, we are going to fight for that hell for leather every single day. Yeah.
Give the call to the Assistant Treasurer and Minister for Financial Services.
Thank you, Speaker. I must say the Shadow Treasurer in his time in that role has made a real art form of the dramatic pause. But what follows doesn't justify that pause. It's a real anticlimax. Look, when we look at what those opposite left us, it was a decade of shocking productivity growth, the worst decade of productivity growth that we had seen in this country for half a century. What we also saw was shocking real wages growth that was low by design. Senior members of those opposites cabinet in that last period of government had conceded that that was what they were intending to deliver. So it is a bit rich for those opposite to come in here today and lecture anybody on cost of living or economic management. Look, we know that there are many Australians who are doing it tough. We know that there are many families who are working hard, whose budgets are tight, and that global uncertainty does weigh on the Australian economy. And that's why we have implemented so many supports for families, so many supports for individuals throughout our time in government. Supports, I might say, that over the last term and this term, those opposite have opposed at every step of the way. And indeed, I might say, and I'll build on this during the contribution, but I might say that those opposite campaigned at the last election against so many of those supports. Those opposite campaigned to lift taxes on every Australian taxpayer. Those opposite campaigned for higher taxes, for higher deficits and for bigger debt. Now, when we look at the last national accounts, and I think it's critical that we do so. What we saw in the last national accounts is that the economy is exhibiting strong, broad-based growth, and that includes ongoing recovery in the private sector. That includes 2.6% growth annualised, which is the strongest in almost 3 years. These are very encouraging numbers that are a robust foundation from which we can confront intense global economic volatility made worse by conflict that we are seeing overseas. I repeat, we know that there are many households who are doing it tough, and so that's why we have all of the supports that we have put into place, but these numbers are welcome. What I would also stress that we look at from the last national accounts is the fact that real per capita disposable income rose by 0.6% in the last quarter, 2.0% over the last year. This is a key measure of living standards for households. And again, the contrast with what those opposite leftists couldn't be more stark. That measure went backwards 1.5% in the quarter before this government came into office. So those opposite leftists real disposable per capita household income going backwards, and now it is growing at 2% over the last year. And I might say, if we look at where Australia stands in the world on that really critical measure, it's double the rate of growth of the G7. So according to the last national accounts, the overall measure of growth is up by a rate which is the highest for almost 3 years, and real per capita disposable income is up at a rate globally very favourably compared to the average across the G7. So, again, when you look at the last election, those opposite went to the last election with an economic plan that saw higher taxes, that saw banning people from working from home, that saw greater deficits and then saw higher debt. And the Shadow Treasurer, in his contribution, I must say, went dramatic pauses were followed by quite melodramatic rhetoric on a range of fronts. But let's look at what his contribution has been since taking office, or taking his role rather, not office, fortunately. He has focused on attacking the dual mandate of the RBA. What would the result of that be? He specifically said that we should explore taking the RBA away from balancing, reducing inflation while seeking full employment to just focusing on the former. That would see more people thrown on the unemployment heap. I think this is something which the Australian people would be very interested to hear explained by those opposite. Is it really their policy now that we should see the RBA adopt a policy whereby they would more aggressively target inflation and in so doing put more people on the unemployment heap? He said that we need to look at tax rates but to focus on the top rate. So the interventions from the Shadow Treasurer to date, if they are an indication of where the opposition is going, I think are a matter of great concern to the average Australian household. Let's look at their approach over the last 4 years compared to our approach. They talk a big game about cost of living, but whenever they have the chance to act, they vote against cost of living supports. On this side of the House, we want Australians to keep more of what they earn. We have already delivered tax cuts for every Australian taxpayer. We will be delivering more tax cuts in the upcoming budget, as per our election commitment, and in the budget after that. Those opposite opposed that. Those opposite campaigned at the last election to reverse those tax cuts. We know how important universal healthcare is for quality of life. We know how important supports are in that area for people's cost of living relief. We have expanded bulk billing support so that more people can see a GP for free. We have substantially increased funding for urgent care clinics, and I've seen that in my own electorate. 2 urgent care clinics open, supplying healthcare services for those who need it most, with extended hours, with bulk billing supplied support. This is something which is being rolled out right around the country. Those opposite opposed it. We've supported cheaper medicines, again, something opposed by those opposite. So those opposite have attacked those supports at every chance. They are incredibly important supports for people who are doing it tough. We know that getting people into a home that people own is absolutely critical. That's why we have provided support to more Australians through expanded access to the 5% deposit scheme for first home buyers. What was their approach? As with every other cost of living support that I've mentioned, they opposed it. But that's not all the government's doing. We cut 20% off student debt, helping graduates and students right across this country. We're making sure that more students get paid while they do their prac, a really critical cost of living support for many. If you're studying to be a nurse, a teacher, a social worker or a midwife, you can now get paid while you do your placement, an absolutely critical cost of living support. We've expanded paid parental leave to 24 weeks, with super now paid on that, improving both immediate family finances and also long-term retirement outcomes. We've improved supports in superannuation on a range of fronts, including legislation passed in this chamber today through LISTO supports, which would see hundreds of thousands of Australians get increased support to their super accounts. Those opposite voted against that earlier today. Appalling. Under Labor's new 3-day guarantee, every child who needs it is eligible for 3 days of subsidised early learning each week, no matter what their parents do. This means that 100,000 more families are eligible for 3 days of subsidised early learning. And again, an absolutely key element of standards of living, of our supports for those who need it most, is the fact that 1.2 million jobs have been created in this economy since we've come to office. Unemployment remains low by historical standards, and workforce participation remains at near record highs. So this is an economy that has, in the last national accounts, performed well on some key metrics of standards of living. Real per capita disposable income is up 2% over the last year, and I just remind the House that it was down 1.5% on the last reading when they were office, and that was after a decade of shocking productivity growth, a decade of low, sclerotic wages growth by design. So no one on this side of the House is suggesting that everyone's doing it easy. No one's putting the mission accomplished banner up, but what we're saying is that there are some welcome overall numbers, there is some welcome growth, and for those who are doing it tough, we will continue to provide supports. We will continue to support Medicare, to roll out urgent care clinics. We're going to continue to deliver the tax cuts that we promised at the last election and that we delivered in the previous term against opposition from those opposite. We won't take lectures from people who delivered such shocking outcomes when they were in government and who oppose every single support that we put into this place.
Member for Mallee.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Well, once again, we have seen during question time today the Albanese Labor government failing to take responsibility for the pain people all around Australia are feeling due to the ever-increasing cost of living pressures, such as Labor's disconnect from the real people in the real world. This government is forever playing with the numbers, switching them around for their own political gain, and that is a theme I will come back to. It is disgraceful and not lost on everyday mums and dads who cannot escape their grocery bill, mortgage, rent payments, energy bills, and now fuel bills, and the list goes on. And people know it is this incompetent government at work. Under the watchful eye of the Treasurer, Australia has undergone the biggest fall in living standards anywhere in the developed world. Inflation is higher than any major advanced economy, higher than the USA, UK, Canada, Germany, Italy, France and Japan. We on this side of the House are committed to restore Australian standard of living and protect their way of life. Under Labor, electricity prices are up 32% in the past year alone. Think about that. A third of your bill gone up again in 1 year. Energy is the economy. We are saying it over and over again because if we don't understand it, then businesses can't thrive. Homes can't keep their lights on and their gas heaters on and air conditioners going. It powers industry, it drives transport and makes small businesses not die. 41,000 under this government. When energy is affordable and reliable, living standards rise and societies prosper. Data consistently shows elevated energy costs create cascading effects from immediate household strains to long-term growth impediments. After nearly 4 years in government, insurance is up 39%, and that's before the hikes we are now hearing about due to the latest conflict in the Middle East. Some farmers are doing it so tough in my electorate, from fires and floods, they are under-insuring their farms, creating a higher-risk business environment. Rents are up, healthcare is up, food costs are up, whatever we talk about. Basically, it's gone up. Households have burnt through all the fat they might have had in their budgets, and they're cutting back on anything extra for their kids. Music lessons, sport, any other extracurricular activities, going out for a meal. And that's if they can continue to service their mortgage or rental property at all. Childcare under Labor, and I did hear our previous Labor speaker speaking about childcare. It's just tough if you happen to live in childcare deserts, which a lot of Mallee is. Under Labor, out-of-pocket childcare costs are up 11% in the last year alone, but it gets worse. Labor have added insult to injury in Mallee. We have childcare deserts, and it's no more pronounced than in Boort, in the Loddon Shire, and Inglewood, which needs childcare too. And I could name several other towns in my electorate. Some families are even travelling 200 kilometres a day to access childcare. Victorian Labor promised to build a new childcare at Wedderburn in Loddon Shire in 2023. Deputy Speaker, please remember that year, 2023, Victorian Labor candidate and then member. But then the day before May 2025, the federal election, of course, Labor's candidate for Mallee promised new $5 million funding for new childcare in Loddon. We learnt this week in Loddon Shire Council, and residents are furious about this, that the $5 million wasn't for a new childcare, it was for Wedderburn, which is as good as built already because it was promised in 2023 under the Victorian government. So it's just kind of shovel it away and let's pretend that didn't happen. The residents of Loddon Shire absolutely know it happened. This was a deliberate, dishonest repackaging of an existing promise designed to deceive regional families during an election campaign. Thank you.
Member for Bonner.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. And can I start by saying how great it is to see more women than men on the opposition benches. It is a wonderful sight. I hope it long lives on. Yes, thank you. But unfortunately for them, Deputy Speaker, those on the other side are still at it again, talking Australia down. And let's talk about the facts of what has been brought today to the chamber. When this government came to office, we inherited an economy under real pressure. Massive deficits, almost $1 trillion of Liberal debt, higher inflation and real wages going backwards. Living standards were already under strain because of the economic mess left behind. Our task was clear: repair the economy, restore wage growth and provide cost of living relief in a responsible way that doesn't fuel inflation. And the latest national accounts show that that approach is working. Australia's economy grew 2.6% through the year, the strongest pace in almost 3 years and faster than every major advanced economy. The growth is being driven by the private sector, not unsustainable public spending. That matters because it means we can deliver cost of living relief responsibly while keeping inflation under control. In a world facing serious global uncertainty, Australia is approaching the future from a position of genuine economic strength. But the statistics alone do not tell the whole story. We know that Australians are doing it tough, and that is why each and every day since we have been in government, we have been working to ensure Australians are seeing improvements, and they are, Deputy Speaker. Real disposable income per person has grown 2% over the past year. Wages are rising again. Minimum and award wages have increased by more than $9,000 under Labor. Since we formed government, more than 1.2 million jobs have been created. Unemployment rates remain low and workforce participation is near record highs. This is a recovery built on people working, earning and participating. We have delivered tax cuts for every taxpayer, with another round of relief on its way and further cuts already locked in for next year. These tax cuts increase take-home pay and help Australians manage cost of living pressures. We are also cutting the cost of essentials. Deputy Speaker, healthcare, so more Australians can see a GP for free. We've opened over 130 Medicare urgent care clinics, including 2 in my community of Bonner in recent months, the Carina Carindale Urgent Care Clinic and Capalaba Urgent Care Clinics, both servicing my community. thousands of patients already through the door, and from 1 January we have delivered the next stage of our biggest cut to the cost of PBS medicines, $25 or less, making medicines the cheapest they have been in more than 20 years. We've cut student debt by 20%. We've also raised the income threshold before student debt repayments start to $67,000, giving graduates more breathing room. And we've introduced paid pracs for nursing, teaching, social work and midwifery students so people can train for essential professions without going backwards financially. For families, we've expanded paid parental leave to 24 weeks, and through Labor's 3-day guarantee, every child who needs it will be eligible for 3 days of subsidised early learning each week, meaning 100,000 more families can access affordable childcare. And we're helping more Australians into their own homes, 5% deposits for first home buyers. We're supporting housing apprentices with a $10,000 bonus. I'm running out of breath, Deputy Speaker, because we've done so much. Cheaper home batteries expected to support more than 2 million installations by 2030. Already in Bonner, over 1,800 batteries already installed. Deputy Speaker, these measures were not accidents. They were policies we took to the election and promised to deliver for all Australians, and we are delivering. What would those opposite have done? We know that they had commitments to cut 41,000 frontline workers. They would have cut student debt relief. They would have cut free TAFE. They would have cut Commonwealth prac payments. They would have cut cheaper home batteries. All of the measures I've talked about that we have delivered, they were intent on cutting. So, Deputy Speaker, I can just say that our approach is clear. Strong economic management, practical cost of living relief, and we are delivering for all Australians.
Yeah. Member for Moncrief.
Has anyone noticed that the government doesn't talk about two things? They don't talk about productivity, no, they don't. And they don't talk about inflation. Never. They are the two topics that this government absolutely has avoided. And the member across there, the member for Bonner, just mentioned a number. And that number was 41,000. 41,000. What do you think Australians might equate that number to? Well, I'm telling you now, it's 41,000 small and family businesses, incomes, livelihoods that have gone broke since this government has come to power. It's a disgraceful number, and the member for Bonner should think about that number that she just spooked. 41,000 families who now do not have a small and family business, and they've probably got mortgages that are attached to those businesses that have gone broke, and they may have lost their homes as well. Who knows? But under this government's watch, productivity and inflation are pushing living standards backwards for Australians by 10%. After 4 years of this Albanese government, Australians have lived through a cost of living crisis, a cost of doing business crisis and a household recession because prices are up. Real wages are down. Australians are working harder for less, and while government is getting bigger, much, much bigger, Australians' lives are not simply getting better. And on a per capita basis, our economy is poorer than it was in March 2022. We've gone backwards. According to the latest figures from the OECD, Australia has experienced the largest collapse in living standards in the developed world. We have made no progress against the OECD average. We're still down 10 percentage points. And that's not just bad luck. It's bad management. Because we have gone backwards under this government, and Australians know that. They feel it. They know it when they come out of a supermarket and they've only got half the amount in their bag that they had last time they went shopping, as inflation keeps pushing up the prices of wages. Real wages today are more than 2% lower than when Labor took office. No wonder Australians are feeling poorer, because you simply are. The Reserve Bank expects real wages to continue falling through this year. Productivity, as I said, is down 4.7% since Labor came to office in 4 short years. This is our economic potential in freefall. But what has grown? What is it that has grown, Madam Deputy Speaker? Well, the government. The government has grown. In the latest national accounts show that the public sector demand growing twice as fast as the private sector, 0.9% versus 0.4% in the December quarter. It's the second quarter in a row that government spending has outpaced the private economy. And it's that spending into the economy that the government keeps doing, because they're addicted to spending your money, that's pushing inflation up and making it hard for every Australian. Public demand is now at a record 29% of GDP. The Treasurer says inflation is being driven by private demand. That claim is in tatters. Independent economists have made it clear when government takes up more room in the economy, which is what they're doing, remember those jobs numbers are bigger in the government, it leaves less space for families and small businesses. It pushes up inflation. It keeps interest rates higher for longer, and it makes it harder for Australians to get ahead. Inflation has risen again to 3.8%, but Labor says inflation has turned the corner. Labor says Australians are better off. Life's never been better. Labor says they are not coming after more of your money. Australians know that when Labor runs out of money, they come after more of your money. Taxes are 37.3% higher than when Labor came to office. Real household disposable income per capita is down 3.4%. Nearly 1.9 million people have been added to the population in just 4 years without the homes or the infrastructure or services to match. But look, Labor will blame increasing inflation on whatever it can, and the conflict involving Iran is going to add further instability to global markets for sure. But even before that conflict began, inflation was rising, interest rates were rising, living standards were failing. Labor will make all kinds of excuses, any excuse under the sun, to blame anybody but themselves for their bad economic management. Over here on this side, we stand for lower, simpler, fairer taxes, tax reform that rewards work and hard effort, reward for effort. We stand for restoring control of our migration program, protecting our way of life and restoring our standard of living.
Member for Spence.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I know many families across the north in my electorate of Spence are still feeling the pressure of rising prices and higher bills. The cost of groceries, rent, power and everyday essentials has climbed in recent years, and households are working hard just to keep up. That is why easing the cost of living pressure on Australian families remains our government's #1 priority. Because when costs rise, it is everyday households that feel it first, families balancing budgets, working overtime and doing everything they can to get ahead. Since coming to government in 2022, Labor has delivered practical cost of living relief for millions of Australians. Key part of that relief has been tax cuts for every Australian taxpayer. Across communities in the north, those tax cuts have meant an average of $1,217 back into household budgets. That is money that can help cover groceries, pay the power bill or help families manage rising mortgage or rent. And in my electorate, around 74,000 taxpayers have benefited directly from these changes. In fact, 91% of taxpayers in my community are better off under Labor's tax plan. This relief will continue, with another tax cut coming in July this year. But tax relief is only one aspect of support we are delivering. Rent assistance has been increased by 10%, providing additional support for renters who need it most. We're also strengthening support for families welcoming a new child. Paid parental leave has been expanded to 24 weeks, giving parents more time at home during those critical early months of a child's life. And for the first time, superannuation will now be paid with paid parental leave, improving both the immediate financial security of families and the long-term retirement outcomes for parents, particularly women, which has been sorely needed for far too long. Childcare has been made cheaper for more than 1 million Australian families, easing one of the biggest costs faced by working parents. Through Labor's new 3-day childcare guarantee, families will have access to at least 3 days of subsidised early childhood education and care. This reform is already making a difference. I recently met a mother in the northern suburbs named Michelle, who told me the 3-day childcare guarantee had been life-changing for her and her family. It allowed her to return to full-time work, support her household and provide opportunities for her children through early learning. Energy costs are another major pressure point for households. That is why the Albanese Labor government has introduced the Cheaper Home Batteries program. slashing the upfront cost of installing a home battery by around 30%, helping families store the energy they generate, reduce reliance on the grid and bring down their electricity bills. In my electorate alone, more than 2,300 home batteries have already been installed. Families with rooftop solar and battery storage are expected to save around $1,100 on their power bills each year. That is real relief, delivered directly to household budgets. At the same time, we're tackling the underlying drivers of rising costs by investing in renewable energy to lower long-term power prices, supporting fair wage growth for low-income workers. We have also made medicines cheaper for millions of Australians. The cost of PBS prescriptions has been frozen at $7.70 for concession card holders and capped at $25 for most other Australians, representing the largest cut to the price Australians pay for medicines in the history of the Pharmaceutical Benefit Scheme, something I'm extremely proud of, and I know every member on this side is. Education and training is another area where we are easing pressure on household budgets while creating long-term opportunity. Free TAFE has been made permanent, opening the door to skills and training for thousands of Australians who want to retrain, upskill and change careers. And we have cut student debt by 20%, delivering immediate relief for people carrying a HECS or help debt balance. In communities across my electorate of Spence, that reform has helped more than 19,000 people see their student debt reduced, taking a significant financial weight off their shoulders and helping them move forward with confidence. Together, these measures are delivering real support for real Australian households today, helping families managing rising costs, supporting their children and plan for the future. Because easing the cost of living is not about one policy or one announcement. It's about sustained action, practical relief and building an economy that works for everyday Australians. And at the end of the day, I think the best measure to ease the burden on one's living standard might be to consider limiting Billy Joel covers in the chamber. Thank you, Deputy Speaker.
Member for Monash.
Madam Deputy Speaker, the fact is that living standards have not just gone backwards under this Labor government, they have collapsed. In 4 years of Labor, Australians are working harder for less, they're saving harder and keeping less, and they're paying more and getting less. And I see this every day, Madam Deputy Speaker, in my electorate of Monash. The mum outside Druin Coles who told me she had to choose between paying her electricity bill on time and buying groceries for her family that week. The young tradie in Wonthaggi who told me he was taking every overtime shift available and he still couldn't save enough for a home deposit. And the small business owner on Phillip Island who said she could barely break even because every input cost from electricity to insurance had skyrocketed over the last few years. To the farmer outside Leongatha who shared with me his anxiety that Labor's superannuation changes would destroy his family succession plan because the land was worth more than what the business generated in value. Across the OECD, Australia has experienced the largest collapse in living standards among all developed countries. And people in my electorate of Monash are living with the consequences of this every day, Madam Deputy Speaker. The volunteers who roll up their sleeves to help those people who are really struggling are finding it more and more difficult as well. And I give the following examples. In Warrigal, Frankie's Community Kitchen cannot meet current demand from its local food relief centre. It's a sad reflection of the level of struggle felt in our community, the choices forced on families, vulnerable and low-income residents when money is tight and meals are sacrificed. They started out cooking 600 meals per week and that figure has tripled with more than 2,000 per week. But it's not enough with a gap of around 3,000 meals every week across the region. Bawbaw Food Relief has seen a 9% increase in demand in the last 12 months, feeding 4,560 adults and 2,825 children. Phillip Island Community and Learning Centre has been forced to limit access to its food pantry 3 days a week because of the sheer number of families seeking to put food on the table. And the wonderful volunteers at Coronella District Community Centre say that it needs to be open an additional day just to keep up with growing demand, having to meet rising costs with a tight budget. Despite the installation of solar panels and a battery, Coronella Centre has been forced to pay significantly higher electricity bills. They don't want to turn people away in these centres, but they can't escape the growing costs and pressure. Madam Deputy Speaker, the standard of living has dropped under this Prime Minister, but so too has every standard under the government that he's running. And a good recent example this week was when the Prime Minister attended the wedding of his good mate Kyle Sandilands. It's worth mentioning in the context of standards. This is a guy who got a 14-year-old girl on his radio show and quizzed her about her sexual experiences. It turns out she had been raped. This is a guy who called a female journalist a fat slag, said Christians were dumb as dog excrement, said on air to a female journalist, "Watch your mouth, girl, or I will hunt you down." He said of comedian Magda Szubanski, who is of Polish descent, that she would lose more weight if she were in a concentration camp. Now, journalist Jacqueline Malley has put a number of examples together in the Sydney Morning Herald this week, and I think they are worth mentioning in the context of standards under this Prime Minister, because the standard that we walk past is the standard that we choose to accept. This is a Prime Minister who chose to associate his office with Kyle Sandilands by attending his wedding. What a guy. So when we're talking about standards that have fallen off a cliff in Australia under this Prime Minister, it is not just economics that have fallen off a cliff, it is everything from economics to values, and I think Kyle Sandilands and the Prime Minister's choice to associate himself and his office is worth mentioning and worth highlighting. It is a disgrace for the government and the Prime Minister, bearing in mind the message that this sends to young women and girls across this country.
Member for Moore.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to address the motion concerning the decline in Australia's living standards due to what the opposition repeatedly describes as a cost of living crisis. Let us begin with a simple proposition. Every government is ultimately judged not by the slogan it repeats, but how it manages the moments when circumstances become difficult. Not mugs for mugs, anyway. Economic shocks, global instability, and sudden price pressures test a nation's institutions. They test governments most of all. The question before this House is therefore not whether Australians have faced cost of living pressures. They clearly have. The question is which side of politics has demonstrated the competence, discipline and seriousness required to manage those pressures responsibly. The cost of living pressures Australians have experienced did not arise in isolation. They followed the most significant economic disruption in generations, a pandemic, supply chain breakdowns, energy price shocks, and a surge in global inflation. Every advanced economy confronted the same pressures. Inflation has surged across Europe, North America, Asia. Energy prices have spiked. Housing markets have tightened. Supply chains have fractured. In short, the entire global economy has been under strain. Responsible governments recognised this reality and acted carefully to stabilise their economies while protecting households. The Albanese government approached this challenge with a simple principle: economic stability first, targeted relief second. That approach required discipline. It meant repairing the budget rather than reckless promises. It meant providing cost of living relief that did not fuel inflation further. And it meant strengthening structural foundations of the economy. And as a result, Australia's inflation is lower than we came to office. Wages have been growing and employment remains historically strong. That outcome was not accidental. It was the result of careful economic management. The government has also provided direct relief where it has mattered most. Apprentices have been supported with $10,000 bonus to help build the homes we need. That includes electricians, plumbers, bricklayers. Cheaper medicines have reduced the cost of essential prescriptions. Student debt has been reduced through reforms to indexation. We've introduced paid prac to nursing and teaching students, and tax cuts have been delivered to every taxpayer. Each of these measures was targeted. Each was designed to ease pressure without destabilising the broader economy. The opposition invites the House to believe they would have somehow managed these challenges better, yet their own record demonstrates the opposite. When faced with economic pressure, the Liberal Party has consistently prioritised short-term politics over long-term stability. During their time in government, wages stagnated. Real wages went backwards for years. You never put in any claims to increase the wages of Australia's lowest paid on the awards, and productivity slowed. Budget discipline deteriorated despite repeated promises for stronger fiscal management. And when crisis emerged, the response was often chaotic or delayed. Crisis management in government is not about rhetoric. It is about making difficult decisions with long-term consequences in mind. It requires steady leadership. It requires responsible fiscal policy, and it requires an understanding that well-being of households ultimately depends on stability of the broader economy. The Albanese government has demonstrated that discipline. It has stabilised inflation while maintaining strong employment. It has delivered relief while repairing the budget, and it has done so without compromising the long-term health of the economy. Ultimately, living standards are determined more than short-term price pressures. They depend on wages growth. They depend on secure employment. They depend on investment in skills, infrastructure and productivity. This government is investing in apprenticeships, training and industry capability to strengthen Australia's economic foundations, because sustainable living standards come from a stronger economy, not from political slogans. Deputy Speaker, economic crisis reveal the difference between careful governance and a reckless opposition, and that is why, when it comes to managing crisis and protecting the living standards of Australians, Labor's record speaks for itself.
Member for Riverina.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. This matter of public importance is the decline of Australia's living standards during the government's cost of living crisis, moved by the member for Goldstein, the Shadow Treasurer. It is a matter of public importance, not essentially a matter of political importance. And there's a big difference, because the public are hurting. They are suffering. And whether they're in the gallery or whether they're the parents of the school children above, they are really doing it tough at the moment. And we all know that. I'm sure we all go into our own electorates and we talk, more importantly, perhaps some of us even listen to the small business owners and operators, family-owned businesses. I'm sure we talk to everyday mums and dads who are struggling with balancing household budgets. I'm sure some of us from regional areas even go as far as talking to farmers and listening to farmers, because they too are struggling. And it is really important that we restore our standard of living. It's really important that we protect our way of life. And unfortunately, as parliamentarians, and certainly as the government, it's not happening at the moment. But what is the Labor Party's solution to this? Well, they want to put in more politicians, not better politicians, but there is a move that the Special Minister of State, the Senator Don Farrell, is considering at the moment of increasing the House of Representatives by as many as 24, possibly 28 seats, and the Senate from 12 additional seats to as much as 14 additional seats. That's, in one option, 42 more parliamentarians. We don't need more politicians. We need better politicians. We need better policies. And we're not getting it at the moment. We simply are not getting it at the moment. And whilst I appreciate that Labor, as a political endeavour, will talk about yesterday's national accounts figures, it also shows, the facts are there, that productivity is in freefall. It's dropped 4.7% on Labor's watch. But what has gone up are the number of small businesses which have gone to the wall, more than 40,000 of them. And that's just not closed their doors. That level's about 1,000 per day. This has actually gone bankrupt, and that is so sad. That is so terrible, because we know, and we should know, that small business is the backbone of the economy. Population, we've got 1.9 million more people since Labor came to office, and what we really need to do is have a good look at migration. But what we also need to have a really good look at is where we're going to put all of these people who are coming flooding into our country, because we do have a housing crisis. And I know Labor's talking about building 1.2 million more homes. Well, I say again, good luck with that endeavour. Yes, they are needed, but when we've got the construction industry in freefall at the moment, it's going to be a tough ask. And speaking of sectors which are in freefall, the trucking industry is doing it very, very tough at the moment. I spoke earlier today to Craig Forsyth, originally from Casino. He's got the Truck and Life magazine. He will tell you the story about sham contracting, and that is something that I think this government really needs to address. We need a summit, a bipartisan summit. Get the unions involved. Get the industry involved. The industry has the solutions. Get the truckies involved. Don't interrupt. I didn't interrupt you. But we need to get people involved. We need to get people involved. We need to get people involved who understand the industry, because when you've got companies in Wagga Wagga such as Ron Crouch Transport, when you've got Don Watson's, which is a company that has moved refrigerated stock around our country for 70 years, going to the wall, there is something really wrong. There is something palpably wrong with what's happening, and it's happening under Labor's watch. So we need to look at the construction industry. We need to look at the trucking sector. We need to really protect and help small businesses, and it's not happening at the moment. Our standards have dropped. And what's Labor's answer? I just want to put more people on the green seats, more people on the red seats. No, we don't need more parliamentarians. What we need is better policy. What we need is better parliamentarians. What we need is a government which is listening. What we need is a government which is caring. What we need is a government which is acting on the falling living standards of Australians right across this wide brown land. It's not happening at the moment.
Member for Melbourne.
Thank you, Speaker. Australians do know that the cost of living has been tough. Families feel it when they pay the bills, when they buy groceries or line up at the pharmacy counter. But Australians also understand something else. They understand that living standards are not shaped by slogans in this chamber. They are shaped by the economic choices governments make. And the reality is this: many of the pressures Australians face today were years in the making. For a decade, those opposite were in government. For a decade, real wages went backwards. For a decade, housing supply stagnated. For a decade, bulk billing declined. And for a decade, they watched pressure building across household budgets, while racking up almost $1 trillion of debt and leaving Australians with falling real wages and living standards. Australians remember that decade, and they remember who was in charge. Speaker, the Albanese Labor government is taking a very different approach. We recognise the pressure Australians are under, and we are acting to relieve it. We are delivering cost of living relief, we are strengthening the economy at the same time, and the results are clear. Because strong economic management means we can provide cost of living relief without adding to inflation. Speaker, nothing hits the household budget faster than the cost of staying healthy. No Australian should stand at a pharmacy counter wondering whether they can afford to pay the medicine they need. That is why.
I apologise, but it being 4:30 p.m, I propose the question that the House do now adjourn. Give the call to Member for Mayo.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. The government is failing families trying to balance their weekly budget. Cost of living pressures are hitting hard, and now with the war in the Middle East, it's only going to get worse. Latest Bureau of Statistics inflation figures show the Consumer Price Index rose by 3.8% in the 12 months to January. Housing costs are up 6.8%, clothing and footwear 5.6%, health costs 3.2%, food and non-alcoholic beverages 3.1%. Overall, inflation is sitting at 3.8%, yet wage growth last year was 3.4%. So it's not keeping pace with the cost of essentials. Effectively, people have less purchasing power now than what they did a year ago. And all of this pressure on household budgets, while interest rates are also going up, makes it incredibly difficult for first-time home buyers. Recently, I was chatting with a group of Meals on Wheels volunteers in the Adelaide Hills. This wonderful group of women told me they've never felt such cost of living pressures before, and they're having to make tough decisions on where to spend their money. For example, the cost of electricity, an issue that hits particularly hard in South Australia, where residents generally are paying the highest power bills in the country, where we know as a nation we're paying some of the highest power bills in the world. We experienced an extraordinary heat wave in January, and that saw increased energy demand, with bills skyrocketing for so many households. The ABS inflation figures show electricity costs rose 32.2% in the 12 months to January, up from 21.5% in December, with the lift linked to the end of the energy bill rebate. During winter, I have elderly constituents, pensioners, who can't heat more than one room, who tell me that they go to bed by 7 o'clock so they don't have to keep the heater on at night. Power is an essential, non-negotiable, and when power prices go up, it's harder for householders and businesses. Businesses pass on their increase to consumers, making everything more expensive and creating more financial hardship on families and households. We're also looking now at a sharp rise in petrol prices, and some economists say we could be paying $1 more a litre for fuel in coming weeks. Well, who pays that? Well, all of us pay that. Mums and dads taking their children to school and sport, regional and rural families are hit the hardest because we don't have the buses, we don't have the train lines, so we can't find alternative transport. If there was a time to cut the fuel excise, it is now. The current rate of petrol and diesel tax is 51.6 cents per litre. A temporary reduction would offer significant relief for families. And if the government's worried about a loss to the budget bottom line, it could cut its fuel tax credits to the mining industry. It's one of the biggest expenses in the budget. Let's look at health costs. Those latest inflation figures show that medical and hospital services went up by 4.2%, the main contributor, with higher medical fees and private health insurance premiums, and that's about to get worse. The government has just approved a further increase in private health insurance premiums by 4.41%, and certainly my health insurer wasted no time in letting me know about their increase. That's going to hit the hip pocket of more than 15 million Australians who have some form of private health insurance. The affordability and availability of healthcare is one of the biggest issues for people who live in my community. The bottom line is people are hurting, and the government needs to do more to reduce the cost of living pressures. And this means a conversation about the big household costs, like electricity, like the kind of power we generate, like taxes and rebates on fuel. That's talking about rising inflation and interest rates and the economic management or mismanagement that's making it harder and harder every day for Australians to pay their bills. It can't be in this nation, Deputy Speaker, that I have pensioners in my community who go to bed before the sun goes down because they just can't afford to heat their homes. We just can't have that in this nation. We can't have electricity so expensive that we don't have manufacturing bases anymore. My state was the powerhouse for manufacturing. We have the highest electricity, we have lost our manufacturing. We have very little time to turn this around, and we must all bring our attention to this to make it happen.
Member for McEwen.
Deputy Speaker, well, the Albanese Labor government is building Australia's future, and there's no better place to see that than in the myriad of road projects that are underway in our communities in McEwen. From the moment Labor came to government in 2022, we have focused on addressing the backlog of road projects and the failures that were left to us when we inherited government. After a decade of absolute neglect from the coalition that delivered more press releases than projects, we are giving our community the fair go that they deserve. Firstly, let's have a look at Watson Street. Only Labor went to the 2019-2022 elections committing the on-ramps to the Hume Freeway to deliver the southerly exit for both sides of Watson Street. And it was only with our government that put that up and put that forward, and we now have those projects underway in our community, and we're seeing the upgrades take shape. Another example of a promise made and a promise kept. I note the patience of many locals have to deal with as we do these massive road infrastructure upgrades around footpaths and lanes are temporarily closed for works. But it isn't an easy task to connect a major highway, and disruptions to the footpaths and the townships and railway stations are inevitably part of the process. Every day I drive through the works, and I know that as we deal with the disruption each day, we're a step closer to getting this much-needed project to completion. And it's been great to see the residents rally around our vision for a future which provides better connectivity for our communities. Victoria's Big Build have provided regular shuttle bus services for everyone, including school students, and we're keen to be keeping lane closures mostly to after hours. A little bit further to the east of the electorate, I'm proud to report that Yan Yean Road Stage 2 upgrade is underway, part of our $437 million commitment to road funding. It's another commitment from the 2022 election. It started in 2024, and it's another example of the Labor government that turns plans on a page to a shovel in the ground to an asset to the community. Stage 2 Yan Yean Road will be transformative for locals, providing easier access and extra lanes to keep traffic flowing. What's more, we're enhancing the road by protecting also the 500-year-old river red gums that the community was so passionate about keeping. The works around the red gums use specialist techniques such as hydro excavation to ensure the root systems are not damaged. The contractor for the southern section of this project, McConnell Dow, was appointed in November, with works expected to commence mid-2026. This is again because our government committed to doing this after a decade where there was no major road projects delivered through the seat of McEwen. The Albanese Labor government committed $280 million in funding to this part of the road, and the improved safety and reduced travel time are only some of the benefits that will come with its completion. Only Labor has a track record of investing in McEwen. With over $1 billion in federal road funding committed across the electorate, we are setting up the regions for the decades to come. The investments include $900 million for the Camerons Lane interchange and Northern Intermodal Precinct, which will be a critical link in Melbourne's North Growth Corridor. We are supporting the movement of double-stack container services and trains up and down the East Coast and opening the fast-growing suburb of Beveridge. Here, Labor has fixed up the mess that was left to us with the Inland Rail, and we're helping our communities flourish by alleviating traffic delays and getting locals home and to work quicker and safer while boosting our local economy. $855,000 for safety improvements to Wyndham Street and Queen Street intersection, which has become a dangerous intersection for locals in the community. The safety improvements will include the installation of a roundabout, semi-mountable island, a raised priority crossing to the south and 2 raised safety platforms to the east and the north. There's also our $125 million upgrade to the Donnybrook Road and Mitchell Street intersection. The funding will deliver a new bridge over the Calcallo Creek, new safety barriers around the intersection and new lanes through the intersection to deliver better access onto the Hume Freeway for the communities of Calcallo and Donnybrook. $45 million to fully sealed Old Sydney Road to Beveridge, which provides residents a second exit out of Beveridge other than going on to the already busy Hume Freeway. The future is strong in McEwen because our region in the Mitchell Shire, the City of Whittlesea, City of Hume, benefits from having a Labor government which is actually there to work for our communities. For parents raising their kids, for travellers passing through, and to all the people who live, work and love the area. Proud to be part of a government that is delivering on our promises. When communities are strong, Australia goes stronger, and Labor will continue to deliver for all Australians.
The question is the House to adjourn. I give the call to the Deputy Leader of the National Party.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, inflation, another word for inflation is obviously cost of living. Cost of living crisis in Australia is much worse than many other countries, Deputy Speaker, because our inflation rate is much higher than many other countries. With the inflation rate that came out recently, Australia's annual inflation rate is now 3.8%. In the United States, it's in the lower half of the twos, it's around 2.4%. And the European bloc actually has a 1 in front of it, it's 1.9% in the European bloc. So what does that mean for the average Australian family? That means cost of living pressures in Australia are worse, and there's more pressure on families in Australia than many other countries. Now, the government refuses to accept any responsibility that the cost of living crisis in Australia is any worse than any other country. And when you talk to them about the cost of living crisis, they like to talk about a government from 5 or 6 years ago, or they like to talk about international things like the Ukraine, etc. Now, certainly I'm happy to acknowledge there's things like the Ukraine and other things that will affect the global inflation rate, but that doesn't explain why Australia's higher than comparable countries, Deputy Speaker. And this government has never acknowledged and said, look, inflation is higher in Australia and these are the reasons we think. They will not accept or acknowledge that. And look, I'll mention it just in passing, but we can't also not mention the fact that they went to the 2022 election, Speaker, promising a 275 reduction in people's power bills. Now, they then also made excuses about that, and I think the Prime Minister from memory said it like 97 times. Also, when he made that promise, there was a big announcement about the promise. It was a huge announcement that got the media there, got a whole lot of things happening. And in the questions around when Labor made that announcement as an election promise, the Prime Minister actually made the claim that it was the best, most extensive, modelled campaign election promise since Federation, I think was the quote. That this wasn't just a random made-up figure, that a lot of modelling had gone into it and a lot of research had gone into it. Then post the election, we never heard about it again. And again, they would blame things like the Ukraine war. Now, the Ukraine war was actually happening when they made the promise, but we'll let that one slide as well. But the one thing, and there's been Labor politicians, dare I say it, one of them, Speaker, that would do this. Peter Beattie, if he said he got things wrong or made a mistake, you know what he'd do? He'd admit it. He'd go, I've made a mistake, or we should have done better here. And the electorate, actually, the state electorate of Queensland, actually, I think, admired him for being able to doing that. We haven't heard one minister on the other side of this chamber over the last 4 years ever admit to anything that they've ever done hasn't been anything but perfect. And we know that that's far from the truth. So, Deputy Speaker, I encourage the government to admit that they're not perfect, to admit that some of their policy failings are real and that they acknowledge those, they apologise for it. They should apologise for the fact they haven't delivered the $275 energy cost decrease, which they said they were going to deliver. In fact, most people's average energy bills have gone up $1,000 over that period, not gone down $275. They should apologise for it and acknowledge the fact that they have had some input into these inflationary pressures, which a lot of people, a lot of economists are saying is spending. But I also want to touch too, Speaker, in that this government is very dangerous in running a really a roulette game on our energy policy with their net zero 2050 policy too, Speaker. Because when you're going to talk about carbon emission reductions, which I think, and I personally believe we should also do our fair share of carbon emission reductions, and our better, cheaper, fairer policy is about matching OECD averages reductions in emissions, and we think we should do that. But this government is racing ahead and going to lower emissions nearly more than any other country in the world with the reductions that they have for 2035. Now, I also highlight, Speaker, that the 3 biggest emitters in the world, important to acknowledge them because they more than anyone will have most impact on this, the US, China and India, Speaker, not one of those 3 countries, not one of them, are signed up to net zero 2050. The modelling on this is $9 trillion has been modelled for the cost of that program, and that's a whole of economy cost. The whole, because obviously there's going to be costs in a whole lot of different sectors. Some of it will be private costs, some of it will be government costs, but across the whole sector that has been modelled. Again, I can tell you right now, Speaker, that plan is not going to make the cost of living for Australians any better either.
The question is the House do now adjourn and give the call to the member for Boothby.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. Bishop, a rabbi and an imam walked into a room. Now, I confess that this line was actually stolen from Imam Kamran Tahil, who started his iftar speech by noting that this is, in fact, usually the opening line to a joke. But in this instance, it was a really interesting and important multi-faith event that I was honoured to attend and speak at. Mahmood Mosque, part of the Ahmadiyya Muslim community, hosted an iftar a couple of weeks ago, the evening fest celebrating the breaking of the Ramadan fast after sunset. As honoured guests, they invited well-known Ghana and Nurrunjeri elder, Uncle Mugi, who gave an interesting and informative welcome to country. Uncle Mugi is very respected in the broader Adelaide community and is always informative, educational and entertaining. Another honoured guest was Bishop Sophie Ralph Christopher from the Adelaide Diocese of the Anglican Church, whom I've known for a number of years since she was Rev Sophie at the St Jude's Anglican Church in Brighton in my electorate of Boothby. And finally, the third honoured guest was Rabbi Frankie Saltzman from the Beit Shalom Jewish Synagogue. Rabbi Frankie is relatively new to Adelaide, and I've been pleased to get to know them on the introduction of the former rabbi, my good friend Shoshana Kaminsky. Also present at the iftar event were members of the Muslim, Christian and Jewish communities of Adelaide and a wide range of federal, state and local politicians from all sides of politics. The Imam, Bishop and Rabbi all spoke about the tradition of fasting in their own faith traditions, and the similarities in the use of fasting, its purpose and meaning were remarkable across the three faiths. Mr Speaker, I and many of the other politicians then had an opportunity to speak to the combined congregation. I spoke about the importance of these such events to increase understanding in our broader community. Extending the hand of friendship across what others would tell us are boundaries is a really important way to make our community stronger and safer. There are forces out there that seek to divide us. They use fear and stoke division for their own personal gain. But when we reach out the hands of friendship to each other, we show them that we are stronger than they are. Mahmood Mosque is known for reaching out into the community. Its motto is love for all, hatred for none. What a fine principle to live your life by. I was last at the mosque for their celebration of NAIDOC Week, where they reached out into the First Nations community to celebrate and respect their 65,000 years of custodianship. All three of these faith traditions are excellent examples of Australian values in action. Mr Speaker, when I talk about Australian values, I'll quote from the Australian Visa and Citizenship Forms. Respect for the freedom and dignity of individuals. Freedom of religion, including freedom from religion. Freedom of speech, freedom of association, commitment to the rule of law, parliamentary democracy, equality of opportunity for all people, regardless of their gender, sexual orientation, age, disability, race, or national or ethnic origin. And importantly, a fair go for all, embracing mutual respect, tolerance, compassion for those in need, and equality of opportunity for all. Like 25% of all Australians, I'm a migrant. I'm constantly grateful that my parents took that enormous step to leave behind family, friends and everything they knew on the other side of the world and restart their lives and careers here in Australia. This is a wonderful country and we need to protect it and protect Australian values. Events like the iftar at the Mahmood Mosque, another iftar I attended run by Pinnacle College, that was also multi-faith and included many representatives from a wide range of civil society. The multi-faith Day of Mourning event service held by St Peter's Anglican Cathedral in conjunction with the Jewish community, and an upcoming Ramadan festival held by the Islamic Society at the Parkholme Mosque, which reaches out into the community with road closures, invitations to the local community to come along, have a chat, enjoy the food, enjoy the celebration. These are all really important ways for community groups to strengthen our community. These organisations are demonstrating Australian values in action, and I congratulate them all and the very many secular organisations that do the same. Together, they make our society better, richer, safer and stronger. Thank you.
The question is the House to now adjourn. I give the call to the honourable member for Bowman.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker, and it is a pleasure to have my first opportunity to speak from the dispatch box. It is important that I'm pleased that I have the opportunity to be up front here because of the message I want to, or the topics I want to cover tonight are matters of incredible importance. You wouldn't believe it, Mr Speaker, but it's actually been 12 months since Tropical Cyclone Alfred made its way to southeast Queensland. And it's interesting, we've got 3 members representing South East Queensland electorates in the House. A good representation to hear this message, but it has been 12 months, and it's quite unbelievable to think it has been 12 months given how much has happened inside and outside this building over that period of time. In some ways it feels about 10 years ago. But I wanted to just reflect on the journey that my community has been through since that cyclone, and just make a few comments, if I can, about the preparedness that we will have for the next likely event, and some of the lessons that have been learnt and haven't been learnt. In the immediate aftermath of the cyclone, I was pleased to see disaster and recovery and hardship support made available. These payments mattered. They helped families keep food on the table. They paid for urgent repairs and for people to steady themselves in the most uncertain of days. The Redlands was very much overrepresented when it came to the number of locals who were accessing those payments. My community was one of the hardest hit, particularly the communities on the Southern Moreton Bay Islands and Stradbroke Island. And I acknowledge the work from the minister opposite as aged care minister in contacting me at different stages throughout that, particularly when we had evacuations of centres within my electorate. And in a spirit of bipartisanship, can I also thank Senator McAllister in the other place for her work as Emergency Services Minister, and we work closely to try to get and getting the Australian Army out in the Redlands to assist in the clean-up. It was greatly appreciated. But there have been things that haven't happened that should have happened since those 12 months. And one of my major concerns is island resilience. After Alfred, my state colleagues and I called for serious long-term investment in resilience for our island communities, which was some of the hardest hit. They're growing communities. There are families, retirees, small business owners and Australians that deserve the same level of infrastructure protection as anyone on the mainland. They need stronger infrastructure, yet 12 months on, there has been no meaningful progress in trying to get some of the funding that they need, some of the federal commitments that they need to try to improve their resilience and their capacity to deal with the next cyclone when it inevitably comes. One of the major concerns that I have on the islands is the amount of makeshift housing that exists, particularly on North Stradbroke Island. We're talking about people living in uninsured structures, never designed to withstand severe weather events on land known to flood, without proper safeguards and without any serious plan to address the risk. I'm very concerned about the risk, particularly to our Indigenous community on North Stradbroke Island, of the proliferation of these dwellings. There's more of them every month, and we've got to have a coordinated effort to try to ensure that proper constructions are happening on the islands. The other concern I have is the failure of the national messaging system. I understand the government's now saying that this will come into place later in the year. I also understand that the original estimate of $10 million is blown out to $130 million, but that would have made a significant difference to the capacity of all the South East Queensland to be prepared for that disaster and to ensure that they had the messages that they need. We were told it was supposed to be ready by 2024. Now we're in 2026. We may go out to 2027, but I'm very concerned that that hasn't been progressed as quickly as it should be. And the major concern that my community had was in relation to telecommunications. We basically lost all telecommunications and all power, and I've written to the Minister about the need to change the rules around the mobile network hardening program. The Minister's committed, thankfully, to have the department investigate what options are available to expand that so we can use that for infrastructure that's further upstream. It's great to use it for the island infrastructure, but we need the mainland networks to work when we get into these sort of disasters so they can actually feed the signal from the islands. I've written again to the Minister. I trust it will be dealt with. I trust that we'll have some common sense changes that will allow my community to be prepared the next time a tropical cyclone makes its way as far down as South East Queensland. It seems like a rare event, but it has happened and it's going to continue to happen. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The question is the House do now adjourn and give the call to the honourable member for Lingiari.
Thank you, Speaker. I rise to speak about a great development and work being done on my home community on the Tiwi Islands. Recently, a community workforce plan was delivered last year by the Tiwi Islands Training Employment Board, and I want to thank the board, in particular the CEO, Maria Harvey, for this important work which sets out a framework for Tiwi jobs over the next 2 years. The Tiwi Islands, in my electorate, faces a unique set of challenges when it comes to employment and cost of living. High prices at supermarkets, lower levels of education and poorer services mean that good, steady employment can be a real challenge. This has meant significantly lower average incomes on the Tiwi Islands compared to the rest of the country. But for those reasons, and it was for those reasons why it was so important to boost employment on Tiwi. Jobs provide a level of security, confidence and experience that has power to change lives. The Tiwi Islands, my home, is a great place with a lot of great opportunities, but will take real action on the ground to fulfil those opportunities. So what does that look like? We know that public and private investment is needed to help bring jobs to the island. We also know that education and school attendance are a big issue, standing in the way of employment for so many people. Work in these areas will be very important for jobs in the short and long term. The plan outlines another truth that applies to so many situations in my electorate. The best outcome comes from programs which are community-based, culturally safe and have a maximum thing of local employment or involvement. When people in this place talk about jobs, it's often more than simple slogans. But our government, the Labor government, is delivering real jobs through our Real Jobs Employment Development Program. And on Tiwi, 12 local employers across both islands have become successful applicants. In a region of only 2,400 people, this is a real success. These jobs span all different kinds of industries, from manufacturing to administration to agriculture and to the arts. Remote employment can and should be meaningful, interesting and be diverse work, and with good pay and conditions. And I'm glad that we've funded jobs which allow people to access the security, the freedom that steady employment brings. As the plan notes, some of these jobs will be done by Tiwi people for the first time, helping to boost literacy, language, numeracy and digital skills that are so critical for future employment. Once again, I thank the Tiwi Islands Training and Employment Board and the CEO, Maria Harvey, and all of the staff that work across both islands on the Tiwi Islands for all the important work that they do on the islands, and for their workforce plan, which for the first time sets out very clearly how Tiwis, but for the future education and employment of our youth. I want to acknowledge all the researchers, community members and stakeholders who helped bring the plan together, and I look forward not only to going home and to sitting down with all of my mob on the Tiwi Islands, but to have a look and to see that employment can go from strength to strength over the next few years.
Call to the Minister.
May I use this additional time on indulgence, Mr Speaker, to draw the attention of the House to the passing of Judy O'Dea, an iconic woman of Brisbane's North Side who passed away very suddenly on Saturday night. She is mourned very deeply by the Brisbane North Side community, but particularly her husband Patrick, her daughter Harriet, her son Eugene and their families, Dean, Felix and Tess. Judy was a very special lady. She did a lot for women like me. I remember she believed in my ability to stand here in this place before I ever did. She had the kind of powers that you always left her standing straighter, believing more in yourself, because she praised your innate essence to high heaven, and she went on her way. So we've suffered a great loss across the weekend, and I thank the House for this indulgence. Fale Judy O'Dea.
It being 5 p.m, the House stands adjourned until 12 noon next Tuesday.